I go low. Now where are you? I am rather tired, but I want to play the game. I ain't got no time to rest. Let me go get my drink. Try something new with it. Back. Damn you, game. Update faster. Hi, Storch. How's it been? Whew. How are you? Let me turn off this music. The game music's fine. This water flavoring thing, I tried. It kind of sucks. Kind of sucks. Just waiting for the game. Hit by a bus, didn't even break a bone. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. Hurt like hell though? I can imagine. I can imagine that it was not a brain feeling. We got Gamba. Going home from a normal walk. I've had worse happen to you? Damn. The driver fell asleep. Good lord. Game? Game? Alright, ads. Bah. EDM starts playing. 30 minutes of ads. Oof. Give me my maintenance money. We're gambling. Oh. I can't believe you've done this to me. You have betrayed the company. Tried gambling 5 times and got nothing. Well, with my point. Oh, wait. We're waiting for the ads to pass, and then we will gamba for the furries. No more ads. Furry Merceau is a reward. Damn, I want Furry Rodian though. Why would I want Furry Merceau? That would be fucking cringe. All right. Freed from the ads. The ad started right as I was violently reacting to the fact that the fucking bus driver fell asleep. Anyways, Dambo. You know, all luck, no luck. Announcer. Nifty. I will use my glorious tickets. She's us, the favorite. Damn it. Damn it! Yeah, this is going to be the fucked up team I'm going to use for it, because I was just like, let's fit in all the fucking characters I could. For, you know, intervalo's sakes. Just ignore the elephant in the room. Just ignore that one. Rewards. Damn, they still made him a 3-star. I thought they were going to make like the welfare units 2-star, so he might have been our first 2-star in so long. You can borrow mine. Oh, I'll be fine. Event open. Twinning threads. Ooh, my. Reward of Guy. Alright, so Sword, Sinclair, and Gregor. Event bonus units. Only them? Okay, no, these... Okay, so the Ring Gang. Okay, in that case, sorry, man. Welcome to the team. Ring team and others. I should just put them on the fucking bleed team, which I kind of already did. Just got wait, is there someone I need to replace? No, they're all here. Kira-ish? Yeah, she sort of needs the team built around her. Well, she needs me in an Envy Resonance team. Funeral? Oh my. Announcer. Let's see. Let's bring up the audio a bit. A funeral was held for Martin and the LCE researchers today. I thought I'd seen more than my fair share of deaths throughout my journey with the sinners. But never before had I witnessed this many people gathered in one place to mourn the deceased together. The unfamiliarity made me a bit out of place. Am I doing this right? Most of the sinners seem to be feeling that similar sense of being out of their element as well. Some of them were asking Merceau, apparently the most knowledgeable of them when it came to funeral process and etiquette, all manner of questions for pointers. Expressing respect is the primary purpose. Hand placement and gestures are unimportant if that object can be accomplished. Hey, where do I put this? Beneath the third pillar to the right. Can any of you quit chattering for 1 second? Have you all forgotten the instruction to carry yourselves with solemn propriety that benefits the occasion? Was 5 OSRs in the video, mostly for Xenon 1 or standard fare. Damn. Crazy roll. Cut me some slack. I haven't been to funerals all that much. I mean, I did tell you to read that manual. I even underlined all the important parts for you. Sorry, Ishii. The wall text was just too much for me. My focus starts fuzzling out from page 30 onwards. I mean, page 30. She made it that far. Otis being slightly nicer for once. Hadn't every sinner here attended a funeral before? Back when we set foot in the Grim Manor in T-Corp? Oh, thou speakest of the funeral held in young Heathcliff's manor, dost thou not? The one bereft of the dead. Bereft of the dead? I mean, someone had to have died because there wouldn't have been a property dispute big enough to involve the Ophi Association's notarization otherwise. I've said this time and time again, but it was just an intentional and anonymity to prevent family strife. This new intervolo made me bricked up. Okay, boss. Okay. Intentional anonymity, is it? If the situation was indeed as thou sayest, then there is no helping it, forsooth, yet 'tis a pity that the dead wasn't named at their own funeral. The name of the deceased was... Oh, I just remembered they don't remember who was dead! Oh, fuck! It was Tathrin's funeral. She was very dear to Heathcliff. I have thoroughly reviewed the past 5 years' worth of local newspapers pertaining to the matter, yet no such name relevant to the case was identified, manager. It's fine, Clockhead. At least you remember. That's good enough, ain't it? It had to be the Golden Bow's influence. Somewhere along the way, everyone's memories of the event at Wuthering Heights had become warped. Oh hey, because of the fucking movie, I had to look up. I had to grab my copy of Wuthering Heights to see, hey, what race is Heathcliff? The very funny thing that they literally, they leave out the part where they describe him with a racial slur. When they talk about it. Our boy Heathcliff, head pat. The sinners seem to think that the Golden Bow had always been there in that manner, and that Nellie was coached into stealing it by Herman. Linton, in their minds, was now a grieving brother who had been conducting research for his dead sister's sake. Nobody questioned it, not Don Quixote, not Faust. Every single sinner believed that twisted version of memory as if it was a proven fact. Heathcliff and I gave up trying to correct them, and instead we'd just check in on each other's memories every now and then. Jesus. So they have talked about it after the fact with them, and they're just like, Heathcliff, stop trying. You're just retarded. No wonder they're so fucking mean to him. Because if there's something that he and I realized, it was that anything tied to Catherine had already been painted over. Every detail gilded and glossed over with the glow of the bow. The point is, how should I put this? The circumstances of the funeral didn't exactly leave us much room to properly express our condolences back then. Yeah, you kind of just got into fighting. Between Heathcliff running on a rampage and that Hindley guy bent on interfering with the execution of the will. Ugh. I assume that sort of impediment was pretty common stuff for funerals, but apparently not, huh? No, well, I think it was actually rare to see a place that follows proper funeral procedures. I've traveled around quite a bit myself, but I can't confidently say that I've ever been to a legitimate funeral. The one at Wuthering Heights was one of the more proper funerals, if only for pretending to have a process. They at least prepared a coffin and even had a formal reading of the will. It seems funerals are far from being an everyday custom in the city. Funerals are considered a rather extravagant practice here as well. Corporations are not eager to grant times off just because an irrelevant someone has died, and the price of real estate seldom makes it viable to buy land and erect memorial houses on it. Then what other options do people usually have? I'm guessing cremation. We used to just leave them where they died, and after one night's sleep, the bodies were gone, just like that. Alright, sweepers. Better than paying loads of money to bury him somewhere just to have that stir up a load of daft rumors, eh? I was right! Rumors? You know, rumors about there being valuables buried with the bodies, or an arm being some fancy prosthesis, all that rot. Better to let the dead go in peace than to bury them in a grave just for some sods to later desecrate it. In Hanyang, people tend to set up graves if they have enough room to spare. Of course, there wasn't always a guarantee they won't lose the burial room by the next restructuring day. Hohenheim scoffed and hung his head. Utter foolishness, all of it. Comforting the soul of the departed, another Medici. All those funds were carelessly squandered, all for the purpose of furnishing the living with a fragile excuse to cling on. Are those the words from his heart, or just something said to convince himself? Whatever was the truth, I couldn't see the look on his face with his head tucked so low. The funeral didn't last long. It was just a brief moment of silence, followed by a few quick goodbyes that were shorter still. The ceremony came to a close once Alyssa, who was still in recovery, came to pay her final respects. The flames devoured the coffin of Martin and the other researcher, announcing the end of their existence with the crackle of firewood. So, I suppose you'll be leaving now? Oh? We're staying until Gregor's stable enough to travel. Dante says we'll remain here until Gregor's condition settles. Ah. Gregor came to his senses again a few days after his unforeseen metamorphosis, and in the battle against the Thumb Nurse Father. He was given a checkup, and Hohenheim said there is no cause for concern. No cause for concern. Physically, that is, the psychological assessment turned up disastrous, to say the least. Gregor was declared unfit for combat deployment for the time being. Oh boy. Hey, Roachman, how do you feel? Oh, you dreamed you were a streamer? Something gold? Oh, don't worry about that. It was just a dream. So you won't be leaving us just yet. Good to know. And I assume you'll be okay with us borrowing Sinclair for a while? Hmm? Sinclair, the women are attacking him again. Me? Should have been me. Yes, you. The LCE wants to look into the sign you manifested, Sinclair. The higher-ups didn't waste a second greenlighting the project, which means what I'm telling you is more a notice of investigation than a request for permission. Oh, they done a study in the mark. Yeah, they gotta study his thing. Huh? What investigation? What are you? Just a rather rudimentary instance of human experimentation. Calm yourself. It's just basic human experiments. It'll be okay. We're gonna torture you till you do it again. Human experimentation? You really have to put it like that, boss. Not to worry, Sinclair, a swipe or two on your skin, and maybe some talk therapy. That's all there is to it. Of course, if we had your consent, the avenues of research would be vastly... No, I'm not giving you my consent. For your reference, the other departments have also submitted some quite enthusiastic requests for research and observation purposes. Oh, you have no idea. We had to get Boss to fend off the LCA's Mirror World Observation Department and their hissy fits. They wanted to be the first ones to get their hands on you and spearhead the research, you see. And had we allowed them, they'd have kept you for a good few months before letting you go. So the least you could do is thank us, and the least you do to thank us is being a good boy and cooperate. Just in time, our researchers are here. Be a good boy, Sinclair. Alyssa waved at researchers who were filing out of the funeral hall after paying their respects. It wasn't long before Sinclair found himself surrounded on all sides. Oh, Sinclair, good luck. Wait, I'm perfectly capable of walking there on my own. So it's just a really painful test on me. Of course. Stay strong, Sinclair. All I could do was offer an unspoken encouragement to Sinclair, who sounded ready to collapse into full-blown panic any minute. What about you? You're not going with them? Oh, it's back to the long-term recovery award for me. Always thought scientific research was the one thing that playing my passion, but with recent events having introduced me to the merits of paid sick leave, I realized that time off beats research projects in my book, marginally. I want a break. The pain was enough. Enjoy it while it lasts. I highly suspect that every request for PTO submitted by our department will be rejected for the rest of the year. Well, it's true, your average corporation doesn't give more than a week off a year. It's so real. Doesn't give off more than a week a year. I mean, I guess that makes sense. I'm about to say that includes sick days. Yeah, they're gonna deny our PTO after most of our researchers fucking died or was horribly maimed. As soon as Alyssa trudged off with her dragging steps, the researcher seized Sinclair and carried really him away. Alright, we should get going too. Oh, do you have somewhere else to be? I mean, it is the city, and I've been playing Ruina recently, so, you know, I'm getting a better look at that part. Well, do y'all have somewhere else to be? Well, I thought I'd go visit Dredger. I'm worried about him. Got something I said I'd help with. I'd ought to be there for it. I'm going with Sinclair to get some rest. Also to keep an eye on the researchers and stop them if they try anything fishy with the experiments. At least you care about him, Ishmael. Let me know later if you need anything, Dante. The sinners fanned out in different directions. They seem to have their own errands to run during our stay at the LC. Oh god! Dante, you're gonna have free time! alone. Everyone's busy with their own thing. What are you gonna do, Dante? Oh, Ryoshu. The only one keeping me company now were Ryoshu, who had been filling the air about with thick cigarette smoke, and Don Quixote, who was sniffing and asking around at every corner for Vespa in a valiant quest for the new colored fister's whereabouts. I still find it funny how Ishmael is the most normal. I mean, true. I mean, most normal, quote unquote. I mean, the normal gang really overall is, you know, Ishmael, Sinclair, Heathcliff, and Rodian. You know, they're the most normal. You know, they're on the normal side of the spectrum. It's only, and you know, it's only gonna get worse. Faust was still here too, staring blankly into the air. Faust is being sad. Is she assessing the Gesellschaft? Sinclair isn't normal with his abilities, but reaction-wise, he literally grew up as a rich kid. You know, he grew up as the rich kid. He went to school. He lived in a safe part of the city. Normal, very wacky font, then, yes. He grew up in a relatively safe part of the city until, you know, the fucking crusade showed up. But you know what? That happens later. He just had to deal with a lot of clankers. You know, in his hometown. I seem to have some time to spare, manager. As I stood there, wondering what I should do next, to pass the time, Hohenheim, who had apparently finished tackling and signing the stack of papers, walked over to me. That made things rather convenient. There is something I had intended to discuss with you and Senator Ryoshu, a matter that requires your assistance. What kind of assistance? WKOA says CH. Wait a minute. Did Ryoshu just step in as my interpreter? Oh no. It's not that I don't appreciate her gesture, especially since she'd usually snap at me and tell me to find someone else to interpret whenever the issue came out. The wire at cable oil clankers. But I can't help but doubt whether her choice of other interpretation actually accomplishes anything. There is, I must admit, a certain novelty in witnessing the reconstitution of that which requires interpretation into yet another linguistic form equally demanding of it. That's a long way to say the clock is just as understandable. It would seem we are in need of more manpower. Scratching his head, Hohenheim looked around for a moment before coming to a sudden pause, as though an idea across his head at the end of his days was a certain someone busy badgering LCA employees with her relentless questioning. Oh no. Of course not. We need Dawn to be our interpreter. Who else, pray, might know where he is, if thou knowest not? Now listen closely. The one I seek is the bare hair fashioned in the likeness of a bull. You there? Why don't you come join us too? Huh? Dost thou speak of me? The LCCA personnel, who was just cornered by Don Quixote in her rather forceful interrogation regarding Vespa's whereabouts, took the opportunity and fled the scene without as much as a backward glance at the moment their captor turned her head to answer Hohenheim. Indeed, there's a task that requires your assistance. But I have yet more words to trade with the most noble yellow harpoon. You seek to emulate the virtue of chivalry. Does that entail turning down the earnest plea of those in need? For the sake of clarity and distinction, it would be prudent to assign you a different identifier from that of my assistant. You are to be number 2. That is, assistant number 2. Recruited! Oh Lord, he's flying into it. Recruited. I have not yet concluded mine exchange with the yellow harpoon, but no true knight would abandon those who call for aid. Pray, speak thy quest. How may I be of service to thee? Delegating the interpretation of the manager's speak is the sinner number 4 has proven to be counterproductive. As such, your task will be to report to me what the manager says. Oh, that is indeed a simple task. However, this WKO eludeth mine understanding as well. Pray tith allow me but a little time to interpret its mysteries. Assistant number 2, Fairy, is that you? Relay the manager's words, not sinner Ryoshu's. Faust. They are asking you what kind of assistance you need. I thought of super cool superheroes by the name of Black Wolf, or aka Andrew Nix. Art. Alright. That was... My head just like fucking scrambled because of ZZZ. This thing of Batman in a wolf costume? I see. Why do I feel like Sancho will come out at some point? Maybe. I'm surprised that they really haven't gotten desperate enough to take off her shoes yet. It's only a matter of time. The request for out of context, that is so fucked. Out of context, that's a really funny and fucked up thing to say. Yeah, we haven't gotten desperate enough to take off her shoes yet. And the first comic will be called "Don't make instead of don't make a deal with the devil." It's to make the don't make deal with the wolf. We are growing after all. Surprised they didn't let her go hand in the HOS invasion. I'm guessing they didn't because of they would probably do. Sancho would probably do as much damage as the House of Spiders did, if not worse. And they didn't have a color fixer, not separated. That was a little busy elsewhere. Her shoes become the new button. Tyson's interpretation was not directed at you, but I cannot deny that your meddling in the present circumstance is a welcome one. It was simply that the irrationality and inefficiency of your suboptimal staffing choice and workflow becomes sufficiently unbearable. Also, Greg decided to go with Carmen. Yeah. Greg, honestly, we barely dealt with Greg. And I don't know where Greg now, Mr. Roachman, stands with the vampire. But still, it would be funny to see Sancho get to let loose at... Because I do think she really got to during the Intervallo. True. But they did sort of talk about how, after her Tanto, she's not all that thirst now. And I don't think the blood bag a day is helping. We don't know how much. She needs kids. The family must grow, chat. The family must grow. Also, Faust is just like, Don Quixote is so stupid, I can't let you do this. Faustos, this is not some direful scheme devised to elicit Faust's cooperation. In that case, Manager, this request of mine concerns an investigation into the back doors located in the House of Spiders. I mean, Sancho versus Asmongold would be fun, yes. I think that the two of you should be the ones most familiar with the structure and layout of the house. After all, you were the one monitoring the entirety of the 5-pronged assault operation. Centers for familiarity does not bear repeating. Do we go to the House of Spiders right away? H-O-S-R-A? You have assisted enough. She said that to fuck with him. You have helped us. I'll help the ground when it doesn't inconvenience the rest of... I see. It's probably in Dante's notes, I'm guessing. Perhaps he could help, Faust. Sure. Although not word for word, Faust relayed my intention to Hohenheim, who responded by shaking his head. Not immediately, no. There is one more member you should bring along. One more member? Since when do you... I started playing it on my birthday, which was on the 10th. And I played Runa yesterday. I've crashed out over Lobotomy Corporation and I want to play Runa. So I started playing Runa. I'm being... Philip is kicking my ass at the moment. Philip is very much is currently kicking my ass. I mean, they're never stained with blood for a reason. Oh, that's true. Well, that's for the shoes, the self-bleeding shoes. Oh. You broke the covenant by skipping games, Darge, twist those ankles? No! I played enough Lobotomy Corp. I want to play Runa. One more member? Seeing me tilting my head, Hohenheim pushed up his glasses. Yeah, no, I was trying to core suppress, you know, I had 2 core suppressions to do. And I was hitting the point of the game where I couldn't do those no more. Seeing me tilting my head, Hohenheim pushed up his glasses. The apprentice who was captured alive in the House of Spiders, Kira. She has regained consciousness. Kira! I had both of them around day 30 or so, I think. Yeah. Survivor. Alright, Kira, we gotta talk about your trauma. The place Hohenheim led us looked like less like a recovery ward and more like an interrogation chamber. Though every single medical equipment installed around to be state of the art, this place looks well equipped. Probably a direct order from upper management. Although technologies to restore lost body parts are common enough, in the city a facility of this kind is required to preserve the original form of her lower body in the reconstruction process, while keeping the cost reasonable. Reasonable, huh? I want to ask how expensive the other options are, if this counts as reasonable. A windowless room, thick with the sharp scent of medicine and chemicals. Kira was sitting on the bed in the center room, kicking her feet as she regarded us. For someone recovering from a bisection, she didn't look too much different from how she appeared when I'd seen her through the center's shared vision. She is small now. Small. But both breached, yes. So small without hoodie and all the other chains. She was captured alive for the extraction of information, yes, but how far along is the process of the extraction? It hasn't yet begun. Naturally, we're waiting until the lines of information that warrant questioning can be isolated. So far, all available personnel have been fully engaged in analyzing the documents and items discovered in the House of Spiders. Then what you even doing here? There's work to be done contingent upon information obtainable only from a recent inhabitant of the House of Spiders. And following a discussion with upper management, I've decided to put you to use as the company had originally intended. No TV, no comic books, just a super prickly glare and cold shoulder whenever I ask for something to pass the time. And now you suddenly need my help? Give me one reason why I should cooperate. Hohenheim didn't so much as twitch an eyebrow at Kira's biting tone. He merely gave her a nod of a steely, impenetrable expression. Starter's stomach. You know, sometimes you get a little messed up. Oh, did you know the fucking anniversary animation sort of only made the whole thing worse? With the fucking angle it happened. didn't ask for your help. Put to you to use, I believe is what I said. What? User survival is not incidental, it is the result of a calculation. The company anticipates a potential profit by keeping you alive. Expected gain, as the term goes. I'm glad Matthias got fucked up by Moses' best, but yeah, he got what he fucking deserved. Without such a forecast on the company's part, you would have already been disposed of. The upper management consists of people who would be disinclined to tolerate the daily maintenance and depreciation of costs of this room, even at half their current numbers. What brings us to our next point. Should you insist on maintaining this uncooperative attitude, the company may decide to convene a meeting to assess your worth, or shall we say lack thereof, in its projected income statement. Well, suffice to say that such a reassessment would skew heavily against your favor. The outcome would be a recommendation for immediate disposal. And we learned that, you know, organ harvesting is profitable in the city. She gets to stretch her legs and we get to die. Look, Kira, you need a new job. I know you're not a real member of the middle. This is your best option. You're getting this job offer because you're stronger than most people in this fucking company. I mean, most crime is profitable. Also true. Until, you know, some fixer office decides your crime has been too good and they kill you. I want to pat her head. You'd probably like it. As long as you give her, like, a comic book first. Yeah, probably. Hohenheim always had a way with words that would prickle and sting. But with Kira, it's almost felt as if he traded the usual thorn off for a sharper knife, intent on twisting it right where it hurt. I'm dead meat as soon as my usefulness runs out anyway. It's not like you're gonna let me live, not after I killed a bazillion of your guys. Oh, so you anticipate some form of cooperative... so you anticipate some form of corporate level retaliatory response against your person? This is indeed a curious line of reasoning. Kira, you're dealing with corpos. They don't care you killed their interns. I must tell you that, unlike your typical backstreet syndicate, such as the middle, corporate entities of cities tend to avoid choices that may incur losses. Corpo? Torpus? Yeah. The value of the information that could be extracted from an apprentice of the middle, and the combat prowess honed under the tutelage of a great brother of the middle, these considerations are likely to increase your value in the eyes of the company. Ah, yeah. Y'all got zero self-respect, huh? You should consider yourself fortunate. Huh? What the heck are you on about? Other companies would not solicit your cooperation by means of a verbal exchange. Your interrogator would simply open your cranium, harvest your brain, and extract any and all necessary information without going through intermediary steps such as this. We're a nice company. Prophet, tall as a boy. Even without resorting to such methods, the range of available means to compel the disclosure of information is practically limitless. True zero and hypnotic suggestions, electric shocks, and simulations, of course, procedures utilizing distortions and abnormalities. That being said, the LCE department prefers to distance itself from such uncivilized approaches that may entail complications and after effects. I think Kira's probably going to get folded up in the distortion detective gang. I do hope that we share a similar predilection. For the wings. Yes. You're so freaking annoying, you know that, mister? The feeling is entirely mutual. Leaving the biting chill of his threats to sink in, Hohenheim turned toward the exit. Give her some push and bring her along. I don't quite seem to be myself today. No, disregard that. That too was a rather foolish thing to say. I will defer this matter to you, manager. Work of this sort likely falls more within your capabilities than my own. You're more of a people person than me, lobotomite. I honestly didn't extract to meet a fellow lieutenant. Yeah, Dizzy is the whole reason I got back into Warframe at all. With that, Hohenheim stepped out of the room, leaving me to deal with Tall. For I am an old and feeble hag. His reaction was understandable. The LCE had only just finished laying its dead researchers to rest. Kira was probably the last person anyone would want to face right now, much less speak to. Ah, hell yeah, I've been killing since 2014. What should I even say to persuade her? It's gonna be Ryoshu. I was still talking the thought when somebody unexpectedly made her way to Kira. Yoshihide? You. Heard you got stabbed in the back by Matthias. That's not true. Papa wasn't landing a fatal blow unless he cut through me too. That's why he did exactly that, to aim for the enemy's head. Besides, he made the right choice. A little sacrifice ain't a big thing in a family. Family, coming from him, a middle mutt thrown out of his kennel. Doesn't it sound ridiculous, even to you? That's thrown out. That fucker Matthias, yeah. That fucker Matthias was a GB only by technicality. He fucked up badly. He was still family by name, but underneath it, everyone hoped he had disappeared quietly on his own. He was that family member nobody wanted around. Same treatment for me, being his brand. Not surprising, it's the ST for the bowl cut too. Same taste? Oh, young Ryoshu, could be that thou dost harbor a passionate zeal for I quickly clapped the mouth over Dongyo, slapped the hand over Dongyo's mouth, and she smoothly chimed into conversation. We're on the seal path for a trip. I'm trying to get to the rocks, alright? So what exactly is your point? And the point is, you're taking too long. If you can't decide whether you want to live or die, I can shorten the hesitation. QC, or I'll SYNC right this instant. What does that mean? Cooperate quietly, I'll snap your neck completely right this instant. SYNC, it isn't such a bad way to go if you're keen on making that loyalty act straight to the grave. This is so crappy. Whatever, I get it. Okay, I'll talk if that's what you want so bad. That actually worked. Fixers. Who go out in the blaze of glory aren't actually the strong ones. It's the ones who survive, the ones who live to see another day and keep getting stronger. Anyway, Yoshihide, what's up with you talking in weird-ass abbreviations? Like SYNC? That's so random. Who even says that? Ryoshu didn't bother to reply and simply chewed on the mouth end of her cigarette. Well, this is really the right call to her. We're probably people she needs to settle the store with. I only have two more brothers, and I don't mind helping you build a monster grind at the moment's peak. Especially if Wolf. Alright, Wolf Lady. Another harvest. As if. Half her tattoos are gone. Clock, they even confiscated her book. Do you think the middle sorry excuse for loyalty means so much for this stray that she'll bite us? Besides, I didn't hear it from her instead. Hey, tell me, why Matthias kicked the bucket? That's cause Papa was weaker than y'all. Yeah, you're the jerk's brat, alright. Kira pushed herself up from the bed with a sour face, but at least she didn't argue back. And we called Hohenheim, who had been waiting outside, back in. I assume the prisoner was successfully persuaded. Dumb, you'll find your weapon on the table. You may use it in the event of an emergency. What the hell? I can't even unsheath it. Oh, you won't be able to use it without authorization. The code has been slightly adjusted. Now then, let us head to the House of Spiders at once. The back doors up and waiting for us. We made our way back to the House of Spiders with Kira trailing behind us. looking like she was smelling something particularly fishy on us. Uriel Drine. Sarah. Uriel of Hotshot Ignis or your choice of Bullet Hose. Oh boy, the only Jade main in existence, maybe. It's time to start fighting things.
전시 준비는 완. 소재가 준비됐소? 드디어 소재가
Let's see.
준비됐소.
투입 준비는 항상 되어 있습니다.
책임은 모두 내가 검은 나를 점 찍었다면
Forward.
벽의 선원 집합. 이번 작품에 대해 논의할 시간이다.
Only a few days have passed since our last visit, but the place looked remarkably different from what we remembered. The sight of the hollow, frigid atmosphere and the endless stretch of corridors hadn't changed. I've never seen another Jade ever. No joke. But Callisto's so-called artworks are now covered in white sheets, and unfamiliar devices were affixed all around the back doors. Pray thee, who might those people either be? Looks like some shady bastards moved in already. Our darted reaction prompted 09 to step forward and gesture to one of the oddly dressed figures. It seems introductions are in order for both sides. This is team leader Alan from Wayfarer Company. He'll be working with us on the investigation to the house's back doors. Wayfarer Company? A corporate entity partnered with Limbus Company, responsible for providing portal technology. It has on prior occasion been referred to as the new or aspirational W Corp, though the name is an unofficial one. Yeah, because stable portals would be better than the trains for everyone. Oh, they want to replace W Corp. W Corp's fucking dying. Employees have been taking telling you the new. Our employees have taken you to telling you the new L-Torps, something we have in common in that we're both chasing after the same horizon. It's Taliban, so I understand being zebras. I enjoy Zaku, but my go-to now is Saren. Saren is far more chill for me. Waiting for when I can get back on the game. I remember the company vying to take W Corp's place, right? The same horizon. He's probably talking about getting recognized as a wing. After all, the old L-Torp has already fallen, while the W Corp, and I haven't heard, is free falling at this point. You know, maybe we should talk about I-Corp, you know, the one where they lost 80% of their population. I'm a 7-off Prime main, for the most part. And yes, I unironically enjoy Railjack. So, I like 7-off Prime, he's fun. Me both. Railjack's fun. I don't hate it. It's fun. And these are the manager and the centers of LCB department. Our field operation units we frequently deal with on-site matters firsthand. They have more personnel, but the rest are tied up with other duties elsewhere. Only a handful will be joining this investigation effort. I understand field operation units are also always understaffed. Anyway, the support you've provided is more than sufficient. Alan gave an understanding nod, and the man slipped off his bulky helmet before extending his hand in greeting. Pleased to make your acquaintance. The name's Alan, leader of Door Breach Team 4. What a normal-looking guy. He works in the IT department. Mine and him because of a crazy bastard. Likewise? Before Faust could even relay my reciprocal greeting, words spilled out of Alan's mouth in a strangely uneven rhythm, as if my ticking didn't bother him at all, like he was sticking to a script and he had rehearsed. I've heard great things about you, Manager Dante of Limbus Company, and the bus team's performance. You capitalized on the suppression of distortions at T-Corp as leverage to push your products, and the profits were nothing short of staggering, I heard. Does that sound like something someone would read fucked up from a strip? Oh yeah, we're supposed to be distortion resolving specialists to the public. What's that product part about? The manager says it was merely a matter of luck. They also look forward to working with you on this task. Oh, are you an interpreter? In that case, I'll be sure to consult with the manager only when both of you are available. Sure. Faust didn't seem particularly pleased with the role Alan had pinned on her, but she nodded anyways. They're being so mean to her. She wants to be Genius Faust. She widely came to my side and answered my earlier question about Alan tearing on the opponent. He's referring to the monolith sales project. The credit was attributed to the LCB at the express request of Mr. Hubert, T Corp's executive director. Ah, Mr. Hubert, our little buddy. So that's how the rumors spread, huh? We reviewed the agreements. Now I understand you'll be assisting in verifying what lies beyond the back doors. I'd appreciate it if you could share any prior knowledge you have about where these back doors connect, as detailed as you can make them, if you don't mind. Hohenheim fixed Kira with a pointed look. Though Kira responded by defiantly cocking her head in a show of irritation, she still gave up a silver of the information she had. Honestly, I've done pretty much nothing if it's about Robo-Unk in his room. I mean, I've seen Albina hit up that door and the other one over there when she was popping out the farm stuff, but... Farm? Oh, it's gathering material. I see, what type of material? Human guts and all that. She'd come back hauling piles of them. So they're probably connected to some back street area. The back streets? Any more details? Can you stop crying? You're low-key pissing me off! What? That's literally all I've got. For real. For a moment, Alan leveled Kira with a stiff expression. And before I could even register what had happened, Kira's head jerked to the side from a sudden punch by Alan. Excuse me? You just fucking punched her? What the fuck? You guys are like talking Warframe. Look, this fucking asshole. No wonder people hate him. Ugh! I thought Kira was nimble enough to dodge a surprise attack easily, but this one seemed to have caught her completely off guard. She stood there blinking, eyes round in rude surprise. Actually, it wasn't that he caught her off guard. It was the motion of the punch itself that somehow fell off. The fist being raised, the arm being extended, the blow making contact. The chain of actions was there, but it was just an... He's not prosthetics. Absolutely. Did you just hit me? What the hell's wrong with you? As Kira reeled from the unexpected strike, Don Quixote spoke up in a cold, sharp tone. Now, what manner of discourtesy is this? Ah. With all that whining, I thought the brat could use a lesson to remind her of her place. I had no intention of damaging your company asset, of course. I simply assumed the level of warning would not be inappropriate in this case. Team leader Alan. That sort of conduct may not be an issue in your organization, but it is here. Should it happen again, do you understand that we may choose to terminate today's joint engagement without delay? My apologies, I'll keep that in mind going forward. We'll kill you. Alan stood down without arguing back, but Kira looked far from satisfied with how Hohenheim handled the situation. He gets to sock me in the face and walk off scot-free. Freaking annoying. Fortunately enough, her grumbling didn't escalate to her lashing out at Alan. That punched us now, though. What was that? It exhibited a behavior that defied the standard laws of physics. Presumably a form of technology utilized by Wayfarer Corporation. Ruh-roh angry, Hohenheim. So we don't get like a Wayfarer ID. We're gonna get an Alan ID. Let's resume the task at hand. Senryoshu, give Manager Alan whatever information you have. Puff. That door should lead to one of the ring-protected turfs. The other two on the left, I remember they were marked with an X painted with blood. But H and I, where they actually lead, it's all blurry. I'm guessing it's I have no idea. So all the information we could provide won't be sufficient. We know now that the doors likely connect to a perceivable area. That's already a big improvement in terms of intel for corporations' backdoor mapping progress. Which means there's less chance of us encountering a space beyond human perception past these doors. Alright, then I'll proceed with the connection verification. Which door shall we test first? We'll start with the one center Ryoshu mentioned. You don't trust me at all, huh? Why even bring me along? Ignoring Kira's jab, Alan begins setting up various devices on the door, and soon an elegant white door opens before us. Alright, shall we? Art thou joining us as well, young Hohenheim? Just this once. There are procedures for handling over field operations. Alright, let's see what's in there. The gallery. What is this some kind of wildlife exhibit? The moment we stepped in, the light hit us all at once, drawing squints and frowns from the sinners. Thanks to my lack of physical eyes, I could make out the room was filled with statues, or perhaps taxidermied animals. It felt like a gallery of sorts. It was so quiet that the air itself carried a strange, somber weight. After a moment, someone shattered silence, but it wasn't Don Quixote, our usual suspect. Holy shit, this tale is just insane. That's the whale from 8 Association Great Lakes Special Issue. Kira, who seemed to have beaten down all along, explained with a bit more energy in her voice. Man, seeing in real life, sure it's different. And the Indigo Elder Cello one-shots these monsters with that harpoon of his, huh? It's a Great Lake whale. Doesn't look like the one we've encountered, though. Organisms of various sources can be identified here. Singularity modified, outskirts born. They look almost alive. They're not, right? No, they're not though. Robot Unc did say the ring has these zoos where they put monsters on display alive. Man, this would have been way more fun if we could see the moving ones. Everything here's dead, man. Still looks crazy sick though. The vibe really hits. Even though she was trying to play it cool, Kira kept sneaking a glance at the massive horn display off to the side, clearly surprised in a way she couldn't hide. That said, I felt a distinct shortage of hyperactivity, given the presence of a certain someone in our party. Don Quixote? The eye of a second cringers of House Tepez. What is it doing here? At the mention of the word kindred, I couldn't help but follow Don Quixote's gaze. Opposite the whale was another kind of exhibit. It contained items leaning on the more gruesome side of things, starting with a crimson eyeball that caught Don Quixote's attention, and body parts like hands and bones that looked as though they had been stripped from the human body. It's a gallery. With the stool of Faoism. Probably a main studio at that, which comes with a maestro's antler and an auction house. Alan, we'll be making our exit shortly. Prepare to initiate lockdown sequence. Before Hohenheim could even finish his urgent transmission, numerous footsteps closed in from somewhere nearby. Turning towards the sound of shoes clacking on the door, we found strange figures wearing animal masks staring directly at us. That presence, it's kinda like Papa's. I am returned, welcome back. The furries have shown up, ain't no way. That's not a raid boss we can clear at our level. We gotta get out of here. It's not that simple. Retreating is not a viable solution here. This door is connected to the House of Spiders. Escaping without installing a security system will invite pursuit. We must stall them until Alan is ready to initiate the lockdown sequence. As tension thickened, one of the strangers who wore a particular bone mask stepped forward. The voice that spoke to us carried equal part curiosity and delight. You came through that door, and then the house's fall wasn't just a baseless rumor. A stray little spiderling fallen from her parents' web. How many years has it been? You. Who are you? Ah, right. It makes sense that you would fail to recognize me. I used to wear a different mask back when I used to visit as your tutor, didn't I? A wolf, if memory serves right. Yes, that must have been when I was quite captivated by the sensation of tearing into raw, still thrashing flesh of living prey, and the predator's ferocious yet cavernously resonant howling. Rings a bell? You're that maestro whose whole lesson was a 3-hour sermon praising the intensity of primary colors and the strength of living creatures. Benoit, was it? That's right, Emile Benoit, as though you can't hatch a phoenix from a chicken's egg. Does it always apply? I see. Looks like the mind of yours is still sly as a raven, unlike your nurse father's. Don't presume. I only remember you because the tactility of hides and guts made for a passable AW. Oh, ads. Wait, most of you are freed from that devil's birder tree. At first glance, it looks like Ryoshi was casually taking a trip down memory lane with the maestro. But I had a feeling she was in fact dragging this out on purpose to buy us time. Artwork, probably. Now lockdown sequence thing. How much longer till it's ready? Young Hohenheim, the lockdown sequence. Don Quixote, who had been shooting the ring members in incessant glares sparked by the discovery of a kindred's eye, swiftly relayed my words to Hohenheim without even a hint of her earlier shenanigans. I'm afraid the progress and speed of the lockdown sequence lies in Alan's hands, not mine. It is, by its nature, a time-consuming work. We cannot expect haste. Perhaps that does make this a suitable juncture to trial Plan A. Plan A? Any suggestion that would involve Don Quixote removing her shoes will not be dignified with a serious discussion. Instead, Kindred Eye? One of the things they saw displayed in the gallery was an eyeball of a second kindred. That Don Quixote recognized. Ah, not a good time. Maybe what Hohenheim had in mind had nothing to do with Don Quixote's shoes, because he opened his mouth as though he was to retort Faust's categorical rejection. But the moment he followed Faust's eyes, he saw what she was looking at. He quietly shut his mouth and said nothing further. Faith and potentiality is not something I dislike. As for this, however, it seems more likely grasping at straws. At the end of their days was Ryoshi's blade. Arayasuki Shiki. I was going to try using it anyway. I've long wanted to see if a maestro's death is any different. Telling him that we were just leaving won't work, will it? Wonder if we'll learn who it was. Maybe it's Dulcinea's. It was. They said a name. It's definitely not Dulcinea's. Okay. It said it was from somebody of House Tepes. It was a second kindred. It was from a different family. Telling you. Yeah. Like it was a different like kindred house. Telling him when we were just leaving won't work, will it? No, it won't. Every individual present here would be quite fascinating specimen to the artists of the ring. We are practically a windfall of inspiration and material that has so conveniently been delivered to them. Is it improbable that they will allow us to return unharmed? Faust is right. She and Hohenheim are geniuses, and Ryoshi is a wielder of Arayashiki. We got more blood fiend lore! Don Quixote is a kindred of a higher generation, and I happen to house a golden bow in my head. I have no idea how much information the ring has on us, but even if they knew nothing, they wouldn't let us go easily. Are you sure about this, Ryoshi? Doesn't matter if I'm SAT or not, Cluck. Think of that woman as Li Hang and do as you did in HC's mansion. I'll take care of the rest. Right. That's probably our best shot. Eating right now because I love blood fiends. What Ryoshu meant was quite clear. Resonate with the golden bow, secure an advantage to the fight in equal footing, then catch them off guard by slowing down the flow of time. A cut from the Arashi, even if it doesn't give us a real fighting chance, might at least stall the Maestro long enough to give us the time to get away. This floor of the exhibit only houses submissions from students and docents. But if you look closely enough, there are some passable ones here that show the promise of excellent. And above all, this is the gallery of the School of Fauvism. In mine, the gallery of Emile Benon. Which is why I would have preferred to take you without an unnecessary fight if possible. A shame. Since we're still talking about a unique relic here, a masterless one at that, acquiring the Ariashiki makes it worth the cost. If you want a taste. She can't draw it. Confusion flickered across Ryoshu's face as she tried to unsheath her blade. What's the matter? How? The lock the House of Spiders used to bind Ariashiki no longer exists, so why can't I draw the blade? This is bad. Say clock with that hard C. Classy. Now that's unexpected. So the rumors of you mastering the relic, were they false? The Maestro only gave a loose swing of her arm, but it wasn't enough to make Ryoshu recoil, show surprise across her face. The wound looked like nothing more than a slight gash, yet the Maestro's contemplative gaze shifted between the blood on Ryoshu's arm and her own, as though the attack had been an experiment to prove a hypothesis. You're going to apply for Xylo's torture, I mean, game night. City, should be not, totally could be a not blood fiend that is not silent. That's true. Yeah, there is a Project Moon tabletop role-playing game, which I've been playing in a campaign on Sunday. And in the rulebook are rules for playing a blood fiend. It's interesting. It's called Star of the City. It's not official, but it's pretty nifty. Currently, I've been playing as a ex-Index member, more or less. Which is a really fucky kind of build. Pretty much, they made like the city guides me abilities. It's just like I get less attacks per turn, but I get access to stuff that lets me just hit really fucking hard. Oh, man. Hi Dan. Nice. Isn't it hard? That was a different system, so I haven't really read into that. I've been learning the dude one. Dan, this model doesn't have chibi mode. You fucked with my thing. God damn it. Shame, motherfucker! Now I have to fix it. Shame. Shame, shame, shame. It never, yeah, they don't work. I will refund the points. I don't know, I was on a, meh. Lock. Annoying. It is if you're a funny little fella. Oh god, don't think that's allowed. It is allowed if it's a pre-script that told you to leave. That's why he left, he got a pre-script. It's so easy. That's pretty much the lore I did, and he has it has been years since then. And his most recent encounter with you know, another Index member was getting yoinked by fucking Rain for a little bit off screen. Made something with Church of Gears as a normal. Yeah, I've been. That Church of Gears has been name dropped a few times while I've been playing. Aside stuff, streamer side, how's it going? It's going all right. Hard to guess what she was thinking. Notice, did you? I had my doubts from the moment I saw you today. Was the House of Spiders a success or a failure? Tell me, Yoshihide. What do you think a serpent's defining strength is? They've so far been nearly signed by ML, eaten by MSOB, and made a deal with DF. I see. We have a furry to brutalize. What are you on about now? Ask any student and they'll give you the same predictable answers. The deadly venom, the sleet scales. Why is it It's lamentingly disappointing. The maestro advanced towards us with an assured certainty. Then seized the beige thread dangling from the ceiling. No, calling it a thread would be wrong. It was something that resembled a thread, yet felt much more disturbing. Oh, is the library Ruina? Man. I, for one, have a particular liking for the jaw and the spine. The flexibility of the spine, linked like a chain, and the jaw bound not by bone but by ligaments that allow the animal to swallow its prey whole. Perhaps I should have said that I admire their structural refinements. The thrice-toiled ring on her finger gave off a cold glint, and the walls and the ceiling suddenly began to echo with a sickening squelch and crack of bone. I have tiles ready for a warp train campaign. For a short campaign on a warp train, because I think that would be funny. The thrice-toiled ring on her finger glove gave off a cold glint, and the walls and the ceiling suddenly began to echo with a sickening squelch and the crack of flesh and bone assembling. Whoa, what the hell is that? What brings me to ask? What brings me to ask? What better way to claim the delivery of a promising meal with a single bite than a work of art fashioned from a snake? The maestro plunged her arm into the long serpentine body of a monster. Her sheer presence radiated a pressure as oppressive as that of the nurse fathers, only more primal and untempered. Consider it a privilege. This is the first time this piece is ever exhibited to an outsider. Hohenheim, this lockdown sequence still not ready. Short, it's just 10 sessions. I was planning to try and do 3 sessions, but I'm still determining what I want the main antagonist for it to be, because do I want to do Cassetti? Do I do Cassetti, or do I do, you know, dimensional horror? I have an idea for both. And I can do both. 1 minute to go, step aside. The attack from the ego gear Hohenheim, hastily brandished, didn't even last a moment. The weapon was knocked from his hand. As I scrambled to equip the sinners with their identity, something abruptly stopped the beast-like appendage midway through its hurtling motion. And the one who intercepted the blow? Kira! Ha! Shit! She still got it, baby! Was Kira, struggling to push back against the serpent arm with her still sealed blades. Certainly not 10k years. Let's fucking go! Kira the goat. Kira? Did she suddenly have a change of heart I wasn't aware of? Shit. This wasn't the plan at all. Obviously not. She couldn't have changed her mind that quickly. Because the look on her face couldn't be anything other than that of utter regret. In the middle, huh? For someone who doesn't seem to be a proper memory, you've inked quite the quantity of tattoos onto yourself. Ah, you must be the new kit Matthias took in. Why do you stand in my way? Fucked if I know. I'm already regretting it, alright? Damn it. They're definitely gonna ditch me here. Why'd I even... Must be instinct taking over. Couldn't be fully shaked off the opponent's killing intent, so the body chose to clash head on. So the behavioral facet of the psyche can be controlled with suitable training. Unexpected data, but useful to be sure. They're gonna do this to Sinclair. Shut it, mister! Quit yapping and let me use my blades! Authorized and ready. Lifting locks. Now! Kira's thermal weapons emerge from their sheaths with a metallic clang. She used the recoil of the motion to slide back and assume a defensive stance. Naturally, that broke Manoy's arm from a deadlock as well, and the maestro lashed out again with that monstrous limb, but... Huh? 'Tis a foul injustice to strike against an unprepared opponent in a duel. Behold, for I shall allow thee a glimpse of the badass form that only the most renowned offenders have displayed through the ages. Seeing an opening, Don Quixote slammed into the arm with her full might, knocking it off its trajectory. Predictably, however, the sheer force of the maestro's attack instantly reduced her to a red sludge of flesh and blood, sending her remains crashing to the floor. Jesus fuck. Didn't even get hit by the attack. Just fucking sandpapered the fucking death by the mere force of it passing. Ready to initiate lockdown sequence. I will seal the door immediately upon your exit. Everyone to the door. Faust, retrieve the organic remnants of the sinner number 3. The furries! She tried at least. As Faust made her exit with one Don Quixote, students in the ring surrounded Kira, barring her way out. A hollow chuckle slid out of her lips. Called it for real. This is exactly why I didn't want to get involved. Hey, wait, her arm chains and hood are back on. Taking Kira back doesn't mean to have a sizable force of the ring trail right behind her through the door. Kira, too, seemed to have realized the risk that no one in their right mind would want to take. It lowered her head in defeat, as though she knew full well the fate that awaited her. I'm such a dumbass. What was I thinking, diving in like that? You, don't just stand there, get over there now! Huh? But these eyes are gonna come flooding in if I... UTTM. UTTM. Wanna get cleaved in half again? You talk too much. You pin this on me later, you're gonna pay. Blocking the maestro's arm by a hair as it came down on her again, Kira hurled herself towards the door with every bit of strength she could muster. More than a few students rushed in through the doorway, chasing after the sinners, who had gone in ahead, but... Lockdown sequence complete. All back door links have been cut. Fortunately, Alan managed to sever the connection between the two back doors before the maestro could cross over. Bull cut. Think you can still use your arms? I'm fine. So she says. Kira would be a strong enough addition to the fight for us, but the ring members have managed to cross-form a rather sizable force. Fighting them off with just the sinners I have at my side would not be the best course of action. In that case, guys, I assume you're all available right now. As soon as I called out to the sinners, their voices came through Hohenheim's radio one after another. Huh? I guess so? Ready for your order, Executive Manager. I, Otis, am prepared to answer your call whenever and wherever. Hang on, I just need to finish this bite. Everyone to me! Sinclair mode. Activating his awesome powers. Sorry, sinners, you don't get a break from Dante now. He can call you whenever he wants.
여러분이 이때까지 겪었던 일은 전부 보고서로
Molith?
전달받았습니다. 관찰일지도 다 읽었죠.
Yep. Malkuth's reign.
다들 궁금했어요. 요즘 같은 시대에
Look at them.
여러분처럼
Furries.
행동을 앞세운 실험 정신을 가진 사람들은
Horrid creatures. do this. Brother, we're supposed to win. I just realized Kira's there. Oh, she is? Oh yeah, she is. I see her.
이때까지 겪었던 일은 전부 보고서로 전달받았습니다.
They crossed out the middle style tattoo.
사람들일지 다들 궁금해했어요. 요즘 같은
The
시대에
middle augment. They just crossed it out.
없는 실험 정신을 가진 사람들이
Welcome to the team, Kira. It'd be kind of funny if I brought in like Ishmael Kira and they're just like, what the fuck is that? Who is that? Why does it look like me? Hell yeah.
피해 산출값이
Lead team, ring team, go.
저런 비교
Ow.
자료가 있는지 모르겠고 유사 실험 기록이 있다면 바로 전송해주게.
I didn't identify where they both dodged up. That would be funny. Yeah, as they got damaged. That is true. They did get damaged.
오래 버티지 못하겠군요.
관리자가 상황에 맞는 효과적인 공격 수단을 택했으니 당연한 결과일 테지.
Wait, I should check what level they have her as.
저분들처럼만 해주시면 좋을 텐데.
Get dodged, idiot.
환상체와
보여드려야겠군요. 왜냐면
외워야 할
예술을.
관리
Ah!
기관에
She's undressing.
많잖아요.
Level 65. How's the spiders? LCE question mark. LCE question mark. Berber. Welcome to the company. Keyword LCE question mark. Clank, 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 yeah. Oh god, that reminds me of a fucking thing that was like clank, clank, clank. Are you questioning my engineering skills? I'm designed to go plap, plap, plap. Now put it in. Now go forth, my 13 sinners. Damn, you're putting in work. Our beloved Kira. Ow. Heathcliff is fucking dead.
어라?
They fucked him up.
그러네요.
He's fucking dead.
피해가 커지는데요.
지휘
It's fine, we have backup sinners. Please dodge. Neutral is struggling. You know, Ring Sing really has been power crept. Wonder if Kira benefits from. Maybe. You know, I could whip out the NV team. That could be an option. It would be kind of funny to see it work. I have most of it. Well, shit. Fucking Almin. The next wave of furries. Heathcliff's still alive. Let's go. Do you benefit from having
이건 쓸 수 있겠어.
envy resonance?
양질의 데이터를 얻었군.
Passives? Probably not. Kill. Faust, I saw you all yoinked up. Butcher ribs. Teach them the meaning of art. Buff. Do you think you stand a chance, Birdman?
저희 뼈를 틀을 잡고 이제야 살관에 돋게. 나쁘지 않아요.
Barely alive. Not anymore. No more barely. Seems to get hit to activate the tattoos. I see.
이번으로 몇 번째 통과죠?
17번째라네. 확실히 관리자의 지휘.
Another win for the glorious Limbus company. It's only the first door. Any impediments are already beyond expected levels. I swear, I thought that was for me. I thought that was it for me back there. Events of this nature won't be frequent. We are merely beset by ill luck. If you'd just listened to me and picked another door, we wouldn't have gotten took like that in the first place. Like, why even drag me into this if you weren't done to trust me, weirdos? We would have opened them all at the end of the day. SD. SD? What's that? Same difference. Again, why shorten it like that? Just say duh or something. Just spell it out and say it. Or just spell it out and say it was anticipated. That's W-A. Huh? Was anticipated. Good work, everyone. Wayfarer does have a team dedicated to this sort of task, but the mortality rate is quite high. Honestly, I was bracing myself for the worst. The odds of completing the first door of an expedition without any casualties are under 15%. This is by all measures counts as a flawless expedition. Tapping away his device, Alan addresses us with an amiable smile. He seemed totally different from the same man who had manhandled Kira with a fist to her face. She's teaching Kira like she taught Sinclair. Those Falvis won't be able to cross over anymore with the door completely locked down, right? That cannot be asserted with certainty. Are you saying more might come? The corridor and back doors have always been the ring's turf clock. And those Falvis beasts have endured as a long-standing faction within the ring. If they got that much history, they must know many back doors, both the origin and destination point. Alan clarified with Ryoshu what Ryoshu was hinting at. Yes, compared to them, we lack sufficient knowledge of alternative routes, which makes it difficult to prevent infiltration. No need to concern yourself over much. Even if that were the case, it's unlikely they would move on the House of Spiders so soon. Yeah, we could always rush for a surprise attack, though. Even that Falvis Maestro seemed to lack clear intel in the event that took place at the House of Spiders. If so, it follows that they will need time to assess and deliberate about the situation. The situation? The logical scope of their concerns will be identifying the organization that secured the House of Spiders, the possibility of additional traps beyond the back doors, and the like. Once all backdoor related procedures tied to the House of Spiders are completed, the resulting security framework should be able to preempt and block any infiltration attempts. They're gonna turn the House of the Spiders into the Detroit airport. They're gonna turn it into an airport. This operation is more important than I thought. That aside, why couldn't I draw that blade? Should being the keyword there, yeah. Is it the new scabbard's fault? Ryoshu lifted the sheathed sword with an irritated frown. That's when I felt a faint vibration. The blade was twitching ever so slightly. That quivering was faint. Was seen by all, indeed. Damn, I saw it too. Was it possessed or something? Your sword is the daughter, Ryoshu. Looks like I wasn't the only one who saw the sword twitching, as though it wasn't pleased at all with how Ryoshu was talking about the scabbard. Ryoshu's gaze lingered on the blade before slowly shifting toward the back doors. Could it be that seeing the scabbard brought back some memory of Arya? Ryoshu, is it an SS? A demon edge? An enchanted blade? Which is it? It's probably neither of those, nor is it a sentient sword. This presents a fine opportunity to conduct another examination of the sword. Excuses for a moment, Team Leader Alan. Please feel free to go ahead. The attack just now damaged some devices, so we're gonna have to perform some maintenance before continuing. There's plenty of other work for me to do while you're away, too. Congratulations, ma'am. It's a scabbard. A way to return to the headquarters research facility, then? No, that won't be necessary. There's a facility here that should prove more than adequate. The index room? They had all those books in there?
파우스트는 이번에야말로 완성했어요. 마에스트로님께서도 인정할 수밖에 없을 완벽한 걸작을.
Good Faust. Good Clanker Faust.
아시아도 파우스트의 생각에 동의한다고 하네요.
Relics in the sign. Oh? Sinclair? O9 brought us to what looks like a research lab lined with cables, rows of streams, and diagrams full of complex symbols and shapes. I didn't know there was a place like this in the House of Spiders. This is a forward base constructed by Limbus Company following Operation Spider Buyer. It did not exist prior to the house's fall. Someone who did computer repair. Is intended for additional backdoor investigation and research into the irregular phenomenon observed during the operation. What the fuck is that cable management? Well, they just threw it in there. We got clankers, furries. I wonder what's next. What's next after clankers and furries? Weeps. Well, it's already here. I've been doing this a lot of Sinclair myself. I mean, there's the forbidden option, but I shouldn't say it. Irregular phenomena? An example? Research subjects such as a spatial analysis of the correlation between the emergence of Center 11 sign and the manifestation of possible future. I'd rather not be the ring art piece, thank you. Oh? Looking around, I spotted Sinclair and a group of researchers surrounding him. The same people dragged him out. They dragged him here? They were accompanied by a gaggle of sinners who had tagged along to either watch the show or kill some time while they took a breather after the work. Hey guys, they showed up. Poor little German boy. We already got weebed on and weebed here, so true. I'm trying, there's a triangle in my head and I don't like, and the place I'm filling in slot 3 isn't the best. How long will the examination take? With Sinclair's biometric assessment included, the analysis device should be available for the relic now. Which means that it should be finished in an hour from now at the latest. The scabbard rattled again at the mention of an hour. I don't know why or how, but the way it swayed almost felt like a child trembling. There it is. It's moving again. Come along, Ryoshu. I expect you will want to witness the procedure. Fine. Ryoshu and Hohenheim headed off to the side. The examination was probably going to start immediately. You're going to the doctor, Sword. Trying to get Sinclair, then... Wait. I was making my way towards Sinclair, who was getting bombarded with questions when an unexpected figure behind a pillar caught my eye. Kira? Vespa? No, it's Vespa! It was Vespa. Crabro. With a big piece of paper covering in crooked handwriting taped on his back. Snack thief? They put snack thief on him? Baby B. Ah, manager. Sharon snacks. Mr. Stringbean ate up all of them. He's eaten far worse, Sharon. Sorry, but I think there's been some misunderstanding. He ate Moses' arm. Verge, kick his ass. Verge, kill him. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Not only is this matter not worth pointing fingers over, but Sharon also shares some of the responsibility for leaving them out on the table unattended. Still, I would prefer you exercise more care next time, or you'll put me in a tough spot. Mods, trust his stole. Understood. He's still eating! You can hear him eating! Sharon, Dante. Sharon super sulky mode engaged, not talking for half a day. Deploying super pass bitter candy. Beep beep mode disabled. I'm not sure this is an appropriate request. I'm gonna remove the paper from my back now. It's a little inconvenient for me. Sharon forgives this time. Next time, no mercy. Best make sure she doesn't listen to that radio channel again. Virgil looks on with an inscrutable expression as Sharon peeled the snack thief sign off Vespa's back. Made sure to remember this, so I don't have to think about burning through what little candy chance I have left on such trivial nonsense. Thank you. Vespa gave polite thanks, but he was already picking something off another plate and stuffing it into his mouth. Wait a minute. I was saving that for later! I assumed you were being picky. Well, now you know! Yet I still see you gobbling up my share! He took my stack too. Verge, kick his ass! Rod. Rodion Romovich. I am aware that half of the total snack budget allocated to each dinner is being funneled into your snacking expenses. And now you're raiding the LCE's supplies as well. A chill. That's totes agreed upon, okay? Yo, it's her full name. Besides, that's that, and this is this. The lines of Virtuous brow looked deeper than usual today. I think it may have been mentioned before. I don't think that's the first time that's been said in Limbus. Wow, you remember Gerolin? Hoping to help him out of the endless cycle of snack-related headaches and to satisfy my own nagging curiosity, I drew near our guide and broke his brooding silence with my TikToks. Did we learn anything about Sinclair's sign? Dante is inquiring about the outcome of the research on the sign. I've heard from the researchers, but nothing of particular significance came out of it. Observation of the sign has so far been limited to 2 individuals, the manager and Sinclair. Due to limited accessibility to the phenomenon, the only verifiable information has so far been its existence. Researching that which cannot be observed is bound to be difficult. House has a point. Aside from Sinclair, none of the sinners can actually see the sign. And the same would go for the researchers. Even Sonia said only a select few people could perceive it. If there were more individuals bearing signs, there would be a wider pool for comparative analysis of statistical samples to narrow down the scope. However, records indicate no suitable references exist. At present, the research effort is limited to reducing variables, such as whether or not the irregular phenomenon are tied to the location where the battle took place. Why do I feel Damien might be here? Maybe. By individually defined signs, you mean people like Damien and Sanson. Wait. Then would those guys do what Sinclair did? Pull in some super powered future self and just wreck everything? No, they cannot, Rodian. Even Sonya? I should step in and put an end to this subject before Radia gets the blues. I don't think so. From what Ishmael and Faust reported back then, right, Sinclair's from the future said each sign carries a different power, I think. Maybe, you know, those layers of the light rings, Daemonia's finish off Cromer, Sanson dragging us into a story, those could be it. Those light rings were just Mang, Ishmael. No, those weren't his power. That was just Mang. You haven't been paying attention, Ishmael. Other people can do those. Aye, that doth seem possible. So none of... Alright, the sinners don't know about Shin and Mang. Alright. So none of that information we can confirm yet. But they have, unless have they just not been paying attention to other people using it, even if they don't know what Shin and Main is. They still saw you know, the golf club to Li Hang's head. Correct, as you had stated, any discussion of the subject would not venture beyond the realm of wild speculation. Nothing has yet been proven. Ergo, fear would be unnecessarily response at the present. How you saying? This is at best grounded in supposition, but it would seem that the researchers are coaxing forth a hypothesis from the messages left in the wake of the sinner's future self. Oh, that bit about the sign. Maybe some singularity or whatever, yeah? The precise position of hypothesis was that the fundamental principles of the sign working may be equivalent to those of a singularity or relics. John ideal. When as no achievable evidence was obtained from Sinclair, there is presently no means by which this hypothesis may be validated. I see. Then nothing can come out of dragging Sinclair off for that research. Oh, you also thought I was being dragged off, but still let it happen anyway? You thought... Oh, so you thought... you let them drag me away, Dante! Oh, no, I mean... I'm kidding. Just thought I'd try to go along with the mood. The old Sinclair wouldn't have even joked around like that. He's really changed lately. For the better, I think. So, did anything happen that we should worry about? Yeah. I stuck close to him just in case. Nothing serious came up. We just did some blood, a small sin sample. Oh, and they were also checking if the sign reacts to electrical stimulation. Yeah, and I had to fill out some questionnaires too. Things like, please describe what you remember from battle exactly as it happened, or list the sensations you felt when you regained consciousness. And your memories of that moment have yet to return? No, I don't know if they'll ever come back, actually. Val said they only exist with my future self, so... Wait, but for my future self to even have those memories, didn't I carry them in the first place? What comes first? A paradox, it would seem, in such a case. That Sinclair is merely one branch among many possible futures. If the future unfurls into boundless branches by means of ceaseless bifurcation, then the body of information that constitutes a certain future would scatter into grains, more fleeting than dust, too diminished to ever reverse their course and trace their path back to the self that now exists. Is that the theory suggested? Not certainly, but a plausible interpretation. Here you go again, more of the nonsense only you lot understand. Boy, memory or not, that future guy still came out of him, didn't he? And some part of him's got to be left in there somewhere, yeah? Like muscle memory or whatever. Perhaps he can still pull off some of those tricks from back then. Tricks from back then? Heard you kicked off that proper there. Yeah, I heard you kicked off proper there. Even pulled out that trick you pulled from that plastered old geezer, right? Not just that. He was using that They do know about Mang! They brought up Meg. They know about it. They're just stupid. Yay! Yippee! Yippee! Ding dong! Not just that, you used technique quite effortlessly too. Huh? That glowing ring thing? Yeah, the glowing ring thing. He had two of them twirled around his weapon. How he used the glowing ring thing? This is the first time I've hearing anything about it. Alright, so what exactly is that glowing ring thing? Anyone? Maybe some technique that enhances physical capability? I mean, I guess that flashy aura that makes you really tough one's part of it, but there's gotta be more, right? Everyone, do we get like... Alright, who do you think the stone grind sound effects for? Do you think it'll look at Merceau? Well, not Merceau. It'll either look at Faust or Dante or Virgilus. It's gonna look at Virg. Why did I say Dante? Oh, the thing wore off. Now I'm in a weird position. This is weird. It feels weird being this big. I'm usually a bit more zoomed out. This is my hell. There's gotta be more, right? No, could be a secret finger thing they passed down to the members. Technique, gear, something like that. Look at it, that black tawny leader, that Liang prick, and the nurse fathers we fought. A whole lot of fingers ain't they? The notion seems to unravel for even among the LCD. There were those who came to wield it. And Virgilus too. So what? Only the proper hard bastards can use it. Some posh top-end trick, is it? Now, anyone particular prompting? They slowly turn their heads towards Virgilus and Vespa. The stoned round sound effect. You should have played it. He's still fucking eating. I only learned to wield it from my team leader too. I have the sensory understanding of Shin, but I can claim nothing too profound. However, what I can spare are some rumors though, and they are all without proper sources. Rumors? We circulate among the elite fixers and association leadership that there exists a power called Shin, capable of enhancing the body without having to pay expensive upkeep costs. A rumor among fixers, sayest thou? Yes, even the technique manifested how-to tips really spread through hearsay. Oh yeah, that tracks. That super rookie column in the latest mag bonus vid. Bro was really popping off with it. Straight up aura farmed with a shiny mang wrapped around the weapon. Straight up said the fucking word aura farmed. I want to kill her. I'd say it too. Alright. But saying it like that is... the brain rot cannot spread. You cannot teach Don Quixote these words, Kira. It must be that the mine eyes are not yet privy to seeing such a marvel in a video. Wait, are you serious? It's in the latest issue, literally in the videotape in the back. Maybe you missed it. Videotape? Alas, for many a week have I been stranded from Mephi, reaving of a chance to read not only the prior chronicle, but the latest one as well. Woe is me. When I return, I shall feast through the night upon those noble exploits of adventuring fixers. As Don Quixote dramatically spiraled into a state of utter dejection, Otis cut into the conversation as her gaze narrowed with suspicion. From what I recall, the mantle of Shin grants its users a high degree of physical enhancement. There's no such thing as reinforcement without supplies. No power of that magnitude comes without an equivalent cost to wield it. Surprised they don't make Dawn instead of Ish. Well, they gave. Do you think it would have been the better Index Apprentice? It had to be someone all in, after all. Well, it is kind of funny that Dodd wasn't Kira. But they didn't do Dawn Kira because we already had middle Dawn. It would be weird to have two middle Dawns. Yeah, Dawn would fit. But instead Dawn got to be the bug. There's also seen some reinforcement about supplies. No power of attitude comes about a toss to wield it. Zwei Sinclair, meanwhile, at least it was, 2-star to 3-star. No one was using the old Zwei, alright? No one wanted to be Zwei section cringe, alright? So seems alright, read that. That power relies on emotion and will for manifestation. Its output is not consistent, like prosthesis and augmentation. And depending on how it's used, the consequence it demands can reach levels comparable to the ego you use. You mean to say that it acts a toll upon the mind? Yeah. Knight Sinclair, he can fit in. All right, some of those 2 stars can get up there with the 3 stars. All right, they can fit there. The others, why Sinclair? The one not in the cool knight armor. He doesn't. He's there forever. He's never leaving. I can walk you through the fundamentals if you like. When I observed, it appeared to be a technique reserved for those of considerable strength. At our current level, not unreasonable to assume we could make use of it. Is it not unreasonable to assume we could make use of it? Regarding that, our team leader has been conducting intensive research. And according to her, physical strength itself has little bearing on one's ability to learn and wield Shin. As the Yellow Harpoon says, it is in essence a power that can be learned by almost anyone, provided they know the proper method of training. Training is fucked up. They probably, this setting is like, you want to be top tier, you just need someone to teach you and you'll be good in like a fucking year. Vespa's brows visibly twitch in the moment Yellow Harpoon left Virgilus's lips. Yeah, it doesn't seem like he's a fan of his own title, the Yellow Harpoon. And of the most powerful ID in the game, Mariachi Sinclair, true, the most powerful one. Yeah, that fits. The Sinclair that's truly happy. He's got those yellow stripes on his clothes and uses harpoon too. Can he argue with that? If I were to exaggerate, even Sinner Yusain's pre-contract self could manage to learn it. Oh yeah, Yusain, the one so weak that the contract made stronger. Why must this self of mine be chosen as the point of comparison? Well, 'cause you're the wimpiest one here. Don't let it get to you. Even so, it'd be a mistake to assume it's a power anyone can grasp with ease. As long as you are bound by a contract as sinners, your ability to wield it will be severely limited. Unless you rely on particular identities or come upon an extraordinary circumstance. You mean like, Sinclair's trauma moment? Shame. Shame that. Would have been useful. Hey, then what about me? Can I learn it too? Hira, who had been fidgeting with her fingers raised, she did the finger pokey thing, as though she couldn't hold back the question any longer. Come to think of it, the middle nurse father didn't use any Shin or Mang. Papa never taught me how to use it. He always said I could get stronger without a stupid crutch like that. Ha! It wasn't that he didn't teach you. He couldn't. He was a man who probably had never once reflected upon his own sins. A piece of trash like him would be incapable of even comprehending such a power in the first place. Tira, you can be a part of the team, Tira. It's okay. Vesta's response always turns back dripping with venomous hatred whenever the conversation turns to the topic of the fingers. Tira must have noticed too, or perhaps simply couldn't find the right words to push back. Either way, she held her tongue, her expression settling into a blend of frustration and something that looked a little too close to sadness. If you want to reduce it to a yes or no, then yes, you will be able to learn it with the odds in your favor. That is, assuming that the company decides to tolerate your continued existence. Don't say that with a smirk. I already said I get it. As it stands, you're nothing more than a pending case of disposal. Closer to a threat than you are an ally, strictly speaking. Don't get comfortable because the manager and the sinners treat you with lenience. Step out of line, and you will be the one who pays the price. There was nothing in what Virtuous said that I could argue with. Kira had been a member of the House of Spiders. She murdered scores of LCE researchers, and left us with plenty of memories we'd rather not revisit. For now, we're just working together. Not contesting that decision doesn't mean we had no hard feelings for her. Leaving Kira alone with her thoughts, the sinners slipped back into her own business. Snacks, idle chatter, and conversation about whatever had happened around the LCE. The examination is concluded. It's a baby. I suppose it won't be an issue to let you hear the results together. Before we knew it, Hohenheim and Ryoshu returned. You're really hitting the... Damn, you're right. So true, so true. Stretch, stretch, stretch. Rinketsune. Our beloved. To present the conclusion first, no, the notion of the sword being sentient one is incorrect. The locus of the will is not the blade, but the scabbard. An ego forged in a rather paradoxical nature. Yes, that would be the most appropriate description. The sword isn't changed, it's the scabbard. Not a sentient sword, huh? Ryoshu grumpily dismissal made the scabbard quiver, almost as if it had taken offense. It's a lie! I'll be back in a bit. Y'all, got a good cook. Okay. Somehow I felt like I could understand what Hohenheim meant by will now. It was a reunion of sorts, one that gave both a tinge of sadness and hope. But the scabbard has its own will. Does that mean the owner of that will can be resurrected? It is too premature to debilitate on that matter. The state of existence under question is not one that may be defined as death at the moment. I assume they ask whether it can be revived or brought back to life, so to speak. Even supposing that survival is a fixed variable, that reconstitution in original corporeal body falls within the realm of theoretical possibility, the probability approaches zero, given the limits of today's technology and conditions. Many researchers are inclined to entertain even infinitesimal chances. Even in the terminology of the lay people like yourself, such a project would be labeled impossible, wouldn't it? I think we could do it with the golden bows. The golden bows are like a cheat code for reality, boss. There is no need to fixate on the impossibilities of the present manager, Dante. Such manners are reserved for us scientists to hold on to. Right. But we may have uncovered a thread, something that could lead to restoring Senator Ryoshu's memory. Though, again, that too is merely a possibility. A far more practical avenue for you to pursue at that moment, nevertheless. To that end, yes, further analysis on the scabbard itself would be necessary. Coordinate with Alan for your next duty. He should still be in the Marine Nurse Father's headquarters. That will be all. Oh, and he cuts himself off there, slapping his mouth shut if any third exchange might shatter and mess up the theories he's constructed in our conversation. Alright then, before we go, anyone want to tag along? Munching on food and averting their gaze, the sinners were pretending they weren't interested at all. I don't want to go. It's like a fucking stool trip. It's just like, you know, the teacher looking for volunteers. By going the way their forts had long since stopped moving. It was pretty clear to me that they had been intently listening in our conversation. Where are we to go? Alright, sorry, forgot the rest of you weren't there with us earlier. Faust, Don Quixote, Roshu, and I have been checking where each back door leads. Oh, and Kira too. She didn't understand you, Dante. You really did that for yourself. The prisoner of war executive manager? We're talking about me. We talking about me? Yeah, I guess I'm working with them too, yeah. Best remember to tread carefully should you cause even the slightest harm to the executive manager. You will be held accountable without exception. Dante, protect her. Dante, stiffen her now. Oh, ad break. You know what? I will go use the bathroom and get another drink. Lots of reading. Who dares? Alright, there we go. Beverage acquired. Now for a crisp opening. Let's remember to tread carefully. Shouldn't even get the slightest harm. Oh. Yeah, sure, whatevs. Kira needle at Otis with a mocking pebble. Oh no, she didn't appear particularly irritated. Anyway, I think it'd be better if we had a few more people just to be safe. One of the doors we went into earlier led straight into the ring's corridor. That was a close call. Otis and Heathcliff's hand shot up the moment I finished speaking. I would very much like to accompany you, Executive Manager. I knew I could rely on you, Otis. Your recognition of my loyalty honors me, Executive Manager. I, Otis, understand better than anyone your concern about the peril of working with a prisoner of war so liable to betray. To have your indispensable self proceed with only a handful of soldiers under your command, this cannot stand. I'm afraid I won't be able to focus on other duties without personally seeing to your safety. I get it, Otis. You've made your point clear enough. Not keen on how I just kneeled over the moment you summoned me. It feels a bit dodgy. That I better I stick to your side and strap it out myself. You probably don't need me to come along then. I guess you can just summon the rest of us like you did earlier if shit hits the fan. A research yet unfinished holds my efforts. I shall join you once it's found closure. I don't think I'm in much help wherever you're going. I'll pass. No. Just getting depressed. I'll follow if that is your order, Manager. No, it's fine. Just get some rest. I'll probably be okay. I can always summon them again if things get too dangerous. For now, I should go see Alan again. Saru. Words of great desire. 0 within 10 turns. Gregman still ain't doing this. A JoJo reference? Yes. A JoJo reference. Let me fix my model positioning. It will always be a JoJo reference. I've been keeping up now. I haven't even gone through. What was it? Part 7, I think. I haven't watched all that.
피를 머금을 시간이네.
When's it part 7? Let's see. No, I think it was part 6. I only watched the first season. I am missing a lot, but I'm also was distracted. Ah, you've arrived. I was waiting for you. We shifted through the isolated quarters with the highest probability of leading into the ring's gallery. The next step would be to enter the alternate door you mentioned, but hold up a second. I was actually gatekeeping more stuff. Huh? Gatekeeping? Are you saying you have more to tell about the gates? Doors? Yep. That door over there? Pretty sure connects to Incorp's nest. I saw Albany doing there all hyped about some canned whatever it was. And the wooden door with the bandages wrapped around it handle? Popo doing there to cross out the vengeances. From the book, he said it's probably a turf protected by a thumb subsidiary or something. Like earlier when she offered only vague snippets, even just about a single door. Kira was now feeding Alan a stream of intel that seemed solid even to someone as clueless about the back doors as me. Far more cooperative than anticipated, even after that Alan character roughed her up from what I hear. Yeah, you think she clammed up out of spite. Or she changed her mind about that cooperating with us. Nevertheless, we mustn't let her guard down as Executive Manager. There ain't no telling what she'll turn on us. You guys realize she's being nicer because you saved her from the ring, fuckers. Freaking, I can literally hear everything you're saying, you know. Alright then, based on the intel, please proceed by investigating the safest stores first. As for high-risk ones, I'll continue checking and letting you know which ones need to be entered. Alan tinkered with devices around him and flashed him a couple of doors with blue light. Guess that means we start with those. Where do you guys want to go first? They all look about the same. Just start with the closest one. Well, Alan did say those are the safest ones, so that shouldn't matter which one. As I reached for the nearest door, as Heathcliff told me to, Ryoshu suddenly veered off, stopping in front of another one that stood a few steps apart. This door, it feels familiar. You recognize that door? I think I passed through it a few times when I was little. Hardly had Ryoshu stopped speaking that my fragmented memories painted over in parts slipped into my mind. House of Spiders, Ishi. Sorry, it hurt a lot, didn't it? I should have finished my homework faster. Oh, I know. Let's go for a walk. I don't recall much about it. That memory just now could have been tied to Arya? Let's start with that door. Oh, this one, yeah. Here we go. And then Heathcliff immediately gets decapitated as he walks through the fucking door. Including Kira and the other sinners. Ah, this place is... This place... fucking looks like London. Judging by its state, it seems to be a welfare facility located within a nest. Most likely a park. Even every sod walking here is dragging some animal along means they got money to burn. Proper rich lot, this place. It's raining like hell. The walk, the mention in memory, and the sight of people fussing over their pets. Ah, right, the fuck, Saru. That the name of the dog. Pieces stood there and voiced another memory. I saw back at the House of Spiders. Did you ever come here with a puppy named Saru? Yeah, I remember that. Not a puppy though. Saru was a bit bigger by then. So, it hurt a lot, didn't it? I should have finished my homework faster. Did they do it again? Did they keep doing it? Why wasn't she getting any better? I gave her lots to eat. Oh, I know. When I go for walkies? You love walkies, don't you, Saru? Park. There. This workshop Dad always visits. Or there's next to a park. We can go right now. Yoshi's childhood memory burned bright in my vision before passing. That was her as a kid? Oh, they're seeing it now too! Nifty! The dog wants release. Barely, such gentleness doth seem most unlike the young Ryoshu. Pissing her off. A clockhead who said he could show them my memories willy-nilly. Come on, you know it's not something I can control. Tist. GG. GG. Back in the House of Spiders, the only one who could see the vision of Ryoshu's past. This time, though, her memories seemed to be manifest for everyone around, just like we had experienced in the H-Torp of Honglu. Which probably means... Why are you all staring at me? That's so random. What the hell? Did you not see that just now? See what? You guys zoning out together? Guess it doesn't apply to Kira. Then again, unlike how it was between Linda and Honglu, Kira doesn't have any direct connection to Ryoshu. I guess it makes sense. And was that adorable hound thy companion of old young Ryoshu? Indeed, my one and only best friend. And because of that, Saru would be locked away in the vault every time I had to depart on an assignment, with a spiral driven through her. Every fucking time? Those fucking rats, they did the first time wasn't a good enough message, I guess? Oh, it's only worse. First ever leash, looking back, it might have been a kinder fate had she died sooner. To inflict such cruelty upon a voiceless animal. How can such wickedness be born? Ryoshu, if you know what these things do to people. What happened to Saru in the end? She died before her time. I don't recall why, but there was this day when Saru wouldn't stop whimpering in pain, and I shut myself in my room crying. You were? Not someone else? Who else? Oh, see, it was me. Even after witnessing the fragmented memory, Heathcliff looked utterly unconvinced. And while I was grieving, Callisto offered a solution. Said he would give me a gift the next day. What I received was something he called the Beastbone Blade. A Tonto that would whine and yelp in sorrow's voice with every swing. That's fucked up! God damn! Ew. No way. I always knew there was something creepy with Robo-Unk. That's how he killed your dog, huh? No, he didn't kill Sarno. That Tonto was alive. Did you just say alive? Bloody hell, a right nutter, that psycho. His eyes were embedded in it like adornments, and they'd stare at me in accusation, the tiny heartbeat as though it was quaking with fear. It was a horrible sight, and I felt pity. So I shortened what remained over time with my own hands. Truly an avid painter of corporism. Yeah, this fucking rat. Got me thinking after hearing all that. Why do you still mess with that art thing then? Let's be honest, after saying something like that, you want to steer well clear of it, yeah? Right? Those things he called artworks were also cursed, straight up nightmare fuel. Like, I haven't really checked out the other Ring artworks outside Albina and her Nurse Father, so maybe I'm just a noob when it comes to all that, but yeah, their stuff never gave me any art vibes for real. I thought the same. Well, I was terrified at first, and I learned more. There were some facets that suited my taste. Thou findest appeal in those grotesque creations? From what you've told me about Callisto, it looks like he failed to stick to his own advice. But there's something he always used to say. Art is wholly subjective, and thus one must never expect the understanding of others. The uncanny, the horrible, there's a beauty that lies in the grotesque of it all. Can't say I quite get it, but if you say so. No, but bloody hell, how do you end up getting used to that kind of thing? Why do you need to understand? You're not an artist. I got used to it, but that bastard Callisto's installation artwork caused night terrors and nightmares for... I don't know. The scabbard moved and Ryoshu came to a pause. It trembled, but there was at once a strange liveliness to it, as though it quivered between fear and anticipation. Say the name. Night terrors, crying from night terrors in the house of spiders? There was actually someone who got scared of ring stuff back in your day? I need to check something. We've seen enough here, let's go back. Yeah. Let's. Nothing worth checking around here anyway. With the inspection complete, we quickly followed Ryoshu back. She stood in front of the artworks covered by sheets of cloth, lost in thought. Right here, there used to be a huge artwork displayed here. I don't know what kind of impulse struck him, but the bastard went about fussing, saying he needed practice so he wouldn't lose his touch. Mommy? That's wrong. Over there. Though I told you to keep the thought I told you to keep the expedition in your room. Ah, you've returned, Yoshihide. I decided to attempt installation of art of a somewhat larger scale this time, when I ran out of space in my gallery. Mommy, people were streaming. Dearest Yoshihide, Arya has reached an age where she may be introduced into the world of aesthetics. Surely this wouldn't be a problem. It would. You liking it and me acquiring the taste doesn't mean Arya will. What? Let's get you back to our room. I was hugging something in my arms. It was crying. Saru, no, too big to be Saru. Lacerated memories can never be made whole, no matter how many fragments are glued together. We could tell Ryoshu everything we knew about Arya, but it never truly reached her. See this hollow void. This must be Arya. The sensation and emotion from what had been empty began to entangle with Ryoshu's memories. And that makes it possible for us to reminisce about Arya together. The soft rattle Arya Dave seemed to show how pleased she is with a small step. Alright. Time to check out the next door. We entered several more back doors that Alan pointed out. Well, unfortunately, none of the places we ended up stirred Ryoshi's memories any further. Pretty much nothing here. I think we're done. What the? How'd they get in here? Startled, Tierra pointed ahead. Figures were wearing animal masks, were hauling what looked like massive lumps of flesh hidden behind a hint of sorts. Those ring assailants from before. Did Sal not say has sealed that door earlier? Stand before us once more. They probably infiltrated via an entirely separate route, another back door. As you can see, their objective appears to be retrieval of Ring Nurse Father's artworks. Get on with it. We need to move as many pieces as we can before we pull out. Wait, but I thought Robo-Unk was washed. He thought so many fanboys and fangirls here. Does his artwork possess value in and of itself? Or is it just a case of posthumous premium of death effect? Think about it. Some of the pieces have already been taken. Of course, they are of little value to both art companies. Watching them sweating and struggling to drag those mediocre pieces with them, pretty funny. And imagining how those pieces will be labeled with some pathetic notion of heritage connected to my name on their description, on the description plaques, pretty unsavory. They may be occupied with transporting those objects for now, but they will likely be find cause to harm the Wayfarer and the LC's personal stationery. Executive manager, it would be prudent to eliminate them without delay, considering the Ring's reputation. No, this is right. Better to wipe them out before they try anything stupid. This looks like we got another job to do. Lend me a hand. Radio didn't buzz the Sinner's replies this time, but it should be fine. Truly, your artist cringe. How dare you upset the child, Callisto? And now these art nerds are trying to rob us.
전달받은 문서를 통해 분석한 결과 자네들의 관심사가 거울 던전이라는 결론을 내렸기 때문이란다.
I can't have that.
전투를 좋아한다고 판단했지.
저희가 야근이라는 말을 듣고 산다고 야근을
I got better Callisto here. He made himself new hair. You chose to be bald.
여러분이 이때까지 겪었던 일은 전부 보고서로 전달받았습니다.
Yeah, he's an yeah, he's too old school.
도대체 어떤
You know,
사람들인지 다들 궁금했어요.
he's cringe. He just couldn't handle it.
여러분처럼 이론보다 행동을 앞세운 실험자
Lust residents do.
몇 없거든요.
Hit him with the fucking brick.
피해 산출값이 예상 범위를 벗어났는데요.
적절한 비교 지표가 있는지 모르겠군.
저 개체는 오래 버티지 못하겠군요.
관리자가
Kira, stop fumbling.
적어진 공격
Oh wait, Kira's winning.
당연한 결과일 테지.
Pointillism, fauvism, cubism are the future.
여러분들처럼만 해주시면 좋을
You think the furries have the future?
불가능한 꿈이죠. 환상체와 디플린 모두 외워야 할 관리법과 이런 워낙 많잖아요.
These art nerds. Yeah, probably.
보여드려야겠군요. 왜냐면
I can't wait to see the ring in Ruina and see how fucked up they are.
13%까지 끌어올렸던 실험 데이터보다 산출값이 좋네요.
LC나 LCD에게서 산출했던 비정상값과 다르게 이건 쓸 수 있어. 양질의 틀을 벌려.
There we go. No, my simmers. Don't worry, my Callisto is better than theirs. That's fine. Honestly, if it wasn't for the fact that there was that these two were buffed by having extra ring members, I wouldn't even include fucking Ring Sang. I would replace them with one of the others.
양질의 데이터를 얻었군.
The fact that they're still doing strong while Torpors is just for old ring people is just further proof. Yeah, it's outdated. It's like it's just an outdated art trend. Because who doesn't love art trends? Yeah, I also need the bonus for the ticket so I can get Merceau. I know, the only reason I'm using, Mr. B Gun is so I don't have to spend XP tickets on fucking, Cassetti, so. I spent a lot of tickets leveling up Ring saying, before 2 weeks ago he was level 1. All right, I didn't use him at all.
생겼을 때 다른 상대에 더 집중한다는 지표가
저희는 신경 쓰지 마시고 테스트에 집중해 주세요.
All right, I forgot I can just support. You know, I forgot that's an option in this fucking game because they changed the UI for it and I hate it. Even though it's basically a nothing burger complaint.
나쁘지 않아요. 이제야 친해졌네요. 이번으로 몇 번째 통과죠?
17번째라네. 확실히 관리자의 지위가 동반된다면 승률이 상당히 높군.
It's what the Lord would have wanted. With this and the last of the Rings illustrators have been eradicated. Is that all of them? Brother, Ring on loose solos. Yeah. We should have kept glancing around as if searching for someone, but fortunately no other Ring members were in sight. Right. The hell are those lot coming from anyway? Weren't just the first wave? Had more of those laying it from the back like they've been lurking somewhere else? According to the tracking logs recorded by the surveillance devices installed here, they appear to have crossed over from another corridor. Another corridor? Precisely does this designation "another corridor" refer to? The room resembling a shopping mall, the one filled with batches of toys on display. Your company, if I recall correctly, designated as the corridor of the middle, Nurse Father? Oh. I suggest we re-click there. Your assignment tasks here have been wrapped up. Oh, and before we set off, do you have any information to share in advance? We are planning to compile a comprehensive encyclopedia cataloging the notable characteristics of these corridors and all their connection loci. Your cooperation will be most appreciated. Kira seemed to hesitate, gnawing at her nails as she were going through an eternal struggle before long. However, she snapped out of it like she had just locked in on a decision. Sure, I got something to tell you, like hella stuff. Some parts are kinda fuzzy, not gonna lie, but I can still recall like 20 places clear enough. I mean, it was home for me and Papa, so. I got nothing. I remember once regarded that fucker's room as a home, and my memories of it are all fragmented at best. Stabber gives a faint, restless stir. Perhaps it wanted to comfort Ryoshin the only way I know it could. And accompanied by its tremors, we began to move toward the corridor of the middle. Yes, making horrible art out of people isn't worth it anymore. We need other
약지에
things.
감긴 세 바퀴의 반지는 마에스트로가 되기 위해 인정받은 세 가지 작품을 뜻하죠. 비록 지금 제
Stool.
작품이 만인의 심금을 울리지는 못하더라도
250. We're getting there. We're almost there.
선보이고 있는 것 같네요.
Support. Yeah. I'll take you as support and No one, it probably won't be a great idea, but I think it'll be really funny. We'll have as many of the ring gang as we can.
참 설레는구려.
The heck? They swiped everything that wasn't nailed down, huh? Fret not, Ice Bay, hither half of thy worldly possessions, articulated fates or figurines, video game cartridges. I'm not talking about my toy bot, okay? I had hella many of them anyway. My TV's gone, the couch too. As here said, only conspicuous empty space was left where the television and family couch set used to be. Oh, those LCD researchers hauled them away. From the sound of it, they're going to set them up in their staff lounge. They stole the furniture. They just fucking stole the furniture. As for the leather and the ornaments, they said they'll be selling them off. Yeah? Oda seemed to notice something at the moment she caught Kira's wistful look. The corners of her lips curled into a faint smile as she spoke with a feigned nonchalance. Stuff. Who knows? Was efficient to operations. Perhaps a little more reciprocative to the idea of returning those items. Assuming much? I never said I wanted them back. Anyway, I'll tell y'all what I know about, so come this way if you want in. Those two doors here, made from paper and wood, they're connected to S Corp. And that reinforced with steel, that one leads to V Corp back streets, where, having lived here and made frequent use of the door herself, Kira was clearly the right person for the job, identifying where each door Wayfarer Company had asked us to explore led. Directed by Kira and accompanied by Alan, and we checked the doors one by one. Good work. All data seems to match. Thank you for your cooperation. Until there was this one back door left to open. I love looting for the deceased. Akari Blue Fox, thank you for the follow. We're having fun. Thank you. Until there was this one back room door left, and maybe I'll check. Because I'm a hero and I read the message to pass on. Okay. How many more Millie songs do you think could fit in there? You know, how many more Millie songs do you think you could fit into an intro message? I wonder what the cap on Twitch text limit is, because I feel like that's the only limiting factor. Okay, it is funny though. This isn't anything new, but Millie's Peak. I would go to a concert, to one of their concerts if I had the money. This isn't anything new, but I gotta say, these back doors aren't just too bloody convenient. The portals too. It ain't doing anything shady like warp trains either, is it? Yours as simple as turning the knob and entering. Seems to me you'll outpace your business rival in no time. I'm a bit hard pressed to agree with the too convenient sentiment when it comes to using back doors and portals, but since your intent was to claim Wayfarer's superiority over the current W Corp, I'll take that as a compliment. In Baka, there'll be an Alan announcer. Yeah, well, we need our Alan ID, alright? I don't know, my friend Tantan and my friend CK will be deep comedy. Yeah, the Alan and answer. Yeah, we're not. Look, I'm waiting for Alan ID. For Yi Seng. It's gonna be for Yi Seng. Yi Seng's gonna get the Alan ID. Did I say something wrong? Look, I've been 50% right about my predictions when it comes to ID. All right. Next ID, I'm gonna claim right now. It's gonna be Alan Sang for a charge team. For a charge ID, he's gonna be a charge ID. Alright, Susie from Deltarune. Susie Dinosaur. I am Scorpion Bug Lady. We are only purple. So I am not Susie from Deltarune. My tail is too big and thick, and hers is small and limp. Every technology comes with a cost, Heathcliff. Oh. Oh. Oh wait, I fucking. That's tossing. Aptly said. While this has been a workday relatively free casualty thanks to the quality of information you have provided. Well, I didn't say Alan's was next. I'm just saying that's going to be one of the IDs. Matthias Otis, though, will be funny. Well, this has been workday relatively free casualty thanks to the quality of the information you have provided. With Lucio Heath, maybe. That'll be funny. To understand that Wayfarer Company's primary service includes pathfinding, path security, and path maintenance. Each of those services is fraught with life-threatening dangers for our employees. Some never return after embarking on a pathway journey. Some are killed while battling monstrous entities whose exact natures haven't been preferred yet. That appear in the liminal space. They're the warriors of the back rooms. That's what Wayfarer Company is. They're the guys who work in the fucking back rooms, in the fucking animations. Yeah, we gotta leave the cable lines through the back rooms or we fucking die. And I'll have to toss a pretty penny to keep the secured path, well, secure. I'd say our Operation Toss is on the rather steep side, especially considering that we're also trying to prevent our rivals from taking this corner of the market. Thinking back, I don't think I've ever seen Alan enter a door to a new location with his helmet off. It's supposed to be one of his precautions, just in case. Maybe his dry smile and unsettling lack of reaction to anything or his sensei simply seem too much to be faced by most horrors. Still, our work's gotten considerably easier for this job. Thanks to the help from anyone here. Honestly, this partnership is working much better than I expected. Oh wait, no. Alan Merceau. I'm gonna change it. I'm changing it from you saying it's gonna be Alan Merceau. Give him a new charge ID. It's gonna be you saying or Merceau. Ah, it's the door Papa used to walk through all the time. Volunteer in the door in a second. I crossed over the threshold. A breeze carrying an oddly familiar yet salty smell tickled my nose. One of my clock hands. The tip of my W Corp? This one connects to somewhere in the Great Lake area, it seems. What is that? Portal room? I can't read it. Is it a bar? But we don't even know what the hell they even do yet. Alan Gregg. He looks like a Greg and nonchalant like Greg. Yeah, but Greg got the Hohenheim one, so, you know, Greg's not too much. But Merceau could use a good charge ID. Because isn't his only one, we already got Alan Gregg though. Hohenheim Gregg. Zap. Merceau, it only has W Corp fucking agent Merceau, and that's an old fucking one. Also in the U Corp's giant Stingray port ship. Stingray, huh? Why does that ring a bell? Hang on a minute. It's that place, isn't it? The port ship that has Salon de Minuit, the private hair salon, the coupons. You have the coupons, Heathcliff, don't you? Heathcliff chimed in with a shudder, as though the sheer weight behind his words terrified him. Oh, doth it signify then that we shall finally be made audience to young Heathcliff in his hairdo most luscious? Quit it with that luscious nonsense, lass. Why encourage me now when you're also cavalier about blasting my villainous arse back at the lake? Indeed. Alas, 'tis that punishment wrought upon our merry band have severely outweighed the crime. Wouldst thou not agree, young Heathcliff? to put the coupons to use to remedy that pain a stage. Use the eclipse that we suffered for. Oh, bugger it. Do you still have them? I haven't even got anyone to spruce up for anymore. Oh, sweet. Then can I use them? We were regulars at the most place. Papa and me. Papa would ask the middle fam for a favor, and he would bring loads of coupons back home. They'd give away a hair coupon every 10 visits, you see, so I'm not even yapping about all excited. Ira, who had seemed ready to launch into a cheerful rant, came to an abrupt pause, like a bike tipping over a ledge. Her face fell as she lowered her gaze to literally me. Looking back, I guess Papa did hella care for me, so why? Also true, those guys went out on their way to get me out of there even though they didn't know me that well. Oh, why is it gotta be so complicated? Matthias gave you that unaesthetic BC? Gave you that bad cut? The heck's a BC, a bad cut? Bowl cut? Bro, listen, like I said, that's not how you shorten these things. For some reason, Ryoshu seemed almost gleeful to hear Kira correcting her acronym. It was almost reminiscent of that self-satisfied look she got after confusing us with these acronyms, especially during the early days of our bus journey. Thinking back, ever since Sinclair's translations became reliable enough, the sinners had less reason to voice their frustrations with Ryoshu acronyms, which in turn gave her fewer causes to snicker about. She was messing with you. Sinclair got too good at his job. She liked messing you. I'm not sure why, but something tells me that she might be making her acronyms ridiculously incomprehensible on purpose. If your conjectures are correct, executive manager, she has one tasteless sense of humor. From what I recall, the toys and games he was into were pretty retro. Must have been annoying to play along. At first, but the more I played along, the more I got into it. Still corny juvenile as shit, though. I know odds of the conflict within thee. Trifling and apocryphal they may be, yet we are all compelled to peer hindwards at the interests of the family. Yeah, I wanted to know what Pop was into, to really get what he was talking about. So as I need to know these things if I'm going to chat him up and talk about a mutual subject, so... You tell me about you all the time, Yoshihide, proud shit. Not a day went without him saying stuff like, Yoshihide learned this in 2 days, or, yo, this was Yoshihide's fave, you know? Too bad I wasn't here to tell you. Too bad I wasn't here to tell you that his words weren't worth shit. I once thought of him as the same as you do now, a good man, at least among the nurse fathers, caring enough to bring me gifts. But one day I realized that he'd never understand the things I really cared about, even if his life had depended on it. One day, thou sayest, pray tell, was there aught that had changed thy perception of that man? That, I don't remember when or where, just that it happened. Wait, I might know this. Wasn't it something that happened at school? Papa told me that things started getting awkward between you and him ever since you quit school. Bullshit. I've never been to school. Never even thought of wanting to go to school. Matthias must have been talking out of his ass again. Huh? No way, bro. I even saw a clip of it. What? Papa showed me a video when he was teaching me how to use these doors. I even saw baby you going, I'm off to school, Dad, in that video, so I'm pretty dang sure. But I don't... As Sharon went on, Ryoshu's confidence from her initial retort seemed to slip away. I couldn't blame her, so much of her memory has been mutilated. Ryoshu didn't sound like she was a naive hand, though. She seemed to mean it when she said she'd never been to school and had never wanted to. Uh-oh. And I wanted to glimpse the fragment of memory that made her say that. The moment I willed it, a scene from her past suddenly flashed across my eyes. Very well, Yoshihide, I'll register you in an institution that is not entirely dissimilar from school. There is a blank, a subsidiary of the ring. Academy? Sure, it was a school, not like an art academy or something like it. Wait, that kind of makes more sense. Yeah, it must have been an academy, not a school. An academy of art. Ha. Roshi muttered a few words as though they were pieces of a puzzle she was assembling. That's so fucked up. It's just like, you mean you actually have art schools at academies? I thought you just bullied people into it. And after a brief moment, she turned toward me with an astounded scoff and a look of mild irritation. Locke, you deserve a smack. You deserve a smack. She actually fucking did a light smack me upside the head with her scabbard. Lightly smacked me upside the head. What was that for? This memory sucks, Locke. I would have just been fine without it. And at least I gotta remember the incident that changed my perspective on Matthias. I didn't like remembering. Dad, how do I go to a school? A school, Yoshihide? Well, I don't see why you would wish, let alone need, to go to such an institution when we, her scholars, are here to provide you with all the education you require. You would later find our unique style of homeschooling to have been much more enlightening than trudging through any of the nest formulaic educational systems. But Dad, I saw him in the picture book, and I don't have any friends here. Oh, Renan is pointless. But it is true there are qualities that can be learned only through group erudition that engenders competition. Very well, Yoshihide, I will register you in an institution that is not entirely dissimilar from school. Really? I intend to send Yoshihide to an academy as part of my educational curriculum. There's an Academy of Arts, a subsidiary of the Ring. Companionship with other talented children of approximate their age will nourish the spirit of inspiration that will guide Yoshihide's growth. The prescript approves. But Callisto, I'll tell you now that you might be making a mistake. How are you so certain of that? Do elaborate if you can, hand puppet of the priestess by whom every aspect of existence is articulated. What do you even know of choice? Of what is right or wrong? And off they went. Perhaps a little more situational awareness would have prevented what is to come. This had found me a rather decent academy. The artworks that used to stare at me when I was alone weren't so bad when I was with other kids. No, that's not quite it. It'd be more accurate to say that I started to understand people's perspective on beauty. Of course, I would, when all we ever did was nod along to lecturers and spout purple proys all over while making pin cushions out of people's bodies like it was nothing. Yep, still horribly. Our lesson today will be focusing on corporist techniques. Now take a good look at the diagram here, then the mannequins before you. Weave the blood vessels in the same pattern as the diagram, and I don't know why I'm even learning about corporate stuff in this day and age. Miffed child. Right? I don't know what the point of this sludge is. Trying and shaping blood vessels to make colors that a drop of ink can do better? I read that in the book. I'm more excited to learn about Cubist technique than this crap. Don't you remind me of when I took art class. My art class sucked. Honestly, why is this washed up movement even part of the curriculum? It's just boring, shallow gore stuff. No, it's gory, but it's boring and shallow only because you guys are bad at it. What? Oh, you're mad your daddy's a lame corporist? Oh, is he? No wonder her stuff is just as— Ow! I was taught that people who say bad things about my family deserve to get their butt kicked. And then bad-mouthing Callisto wasn't actually what set me off. I didn't have any special reverence or attachment to family like Matthias did either. It's just I was taught to dislike. That's all. Just one of those tantrums kids that age have. Kids will be kids and all that. I'm home, Dad. Hey, buddy! Hey, buddy, you're home early. Oh, must have been playing rough today and he got dust all over. Got into a fight. A fight? A fight? Yeah, they kept saying dumb things about class stuff, so I smacked them. What about you? They didn't hit you anywhere, did you? Did they, buddy? On my cheek, but it's okay, because I punched them this many times. Did I do good? That's my girl. Dad? Where are you going? Oh, you know, just got some business to take care of. Why don't you sit tight and work on the coloring book? Daddy will be home before you know it. Okay. Is it bro business? No, it's family business. I ain't saying what's so bad about taking care of your own. Them snotty sods don't learn respect unless you beat it into them. Oh, Heathcliff. If only he had been a simple-minded fool like you, then that story would have ended right there with a pat on my head. What? Papa, I mean the middle, does it stop there? It never does. You heard a member of the family. That only gets you written up in the book. Yeah, and he did what he did in the end. My God. Huh? Here you are, Yoshihide's last starting already, my diligent little girl. Wonder who she takes after. Dad? I know, I said I'll be back before you know him, and I got a bit lost trying to find my way through the ring bastard's tricky mazes. You know how they are. Oh yeah, and there's so many sniveling brats here. As for their crimes, they slapped my buddy's face hard enough to leave a mar, and that's an arm for you. As for the instructors, well, anyone here to read that they did one sorry job of keeping these types under control. In that case, pursuant to Title 2, Section 52 of the book, execution by beheading. They clearly don't get much use for what sits on their shoulders, eh? How do you like it, buddy? Papa's the best, ain't he? How dare he, such senseless, barbaric violence! Uncultured, uncivilized animal! Don't be discouraged, dear Yoshihide. I have eyed out yet another academy worthy of your talent. It's much more significant and prestigious institution this time. I assure you, even an intemperate berserker like Matthias won't dare force his way into such a place as he did the previous academy. I don't wanna... Yoshihide? I don't want to go to an academy. I don't want to go. I don't need friends anyway. We're all as posturing. Nothing that was ever important to me held any significance to Matthias. He took a lot away from me just to feel good about himself. So I hoped he'd, more than anyone, would never find out about the things I held dear, because I was afraid he would take them away from me, like he did the others. But he'd always catch on faster than he had any right to. Every contract that took me away from the House of Spiders made me tremble in anxiety. Because I was worried about, I don't remember what. I do know I could never stop thinking about my room. So whatever occupied the room in my absence must have been the most precious thing to me in the world. The scabbard, which had been stirring lightly as Ryoshu recounted her past, soon began to rattle audibly. It's doing that thing again. Ryoshu patted the scabbard with a gentle, reassuring hand. The scabbard that was once Arya, a memory of that attachment. It appeared to be almost as though she was pacifying a crying child. Seeing that gesture, Heathcliff briefly cast a sullen yet faintly expectant gaze between Ryoshu and the stabber and my device. He must be thinking back to his last conversation with Catherine. But Catherine's existence, unlike Arya's, was erased by the golden bow itself. I doubt this device to do anything for Heathcliff at this point. From everything we know, the ring nurse father seems to have been the least awful parental figure in your childhood. The ring nurse father. God, it is even they're saying it. Yeah, didn't know that Robo-Unk was such a radical guy. He sent you to academy and like you wanted and even got angry on your behalf? Oh? Hazy memories. Almost forgot to mention. A few days after that, Callisto left a snowman by my pillow as a gift. It was made of heads. Heads? Yeah, decapitated heads from the incident at the academy. 3 threaded together in a sculpture. Thinking back, it was one sorry excuse for an art. He's sorely mistaken. He thought some low-effort bullshit like that would make me feel better. Could have spared us the details, lass. Well, with that covered, do you guys want to head back? Hang on. What's up? Want to get that luscious treatment before heading back? Shut it, you that ate it! Look. Look, there, those blokes walking out of the salon. You fuckers again! Favis, aren't they? They found us. It would not be odd to find a field branch of the Ring's art movement in the different districts of the city, especially that of the Falvisdale, however. Real convenient you're here, you little rats. The group has immediately drawn their attention, suggesting that they are the same pack as when making regular incursions into the House of Spiders. This is LCB speaking to Team Leader Allen, requesting immediate commencement of lockdown sequence. Copy that. And why don't we... Holy shit, guys, stop! Bloody hell, what? Don't you know where you are? You're smack dab in the middle protected turf. Cause a scene in Bros and Sisters of the Middle will be here any second. Oh yeah, that's gonna be a problem. We've already drawn in the Ring's Zone 1 attention. We certainly don't want the middle coming after us to the House of Spiders too. Sounds like you've got a... You see, it sounds like you've got a GL. Talk. Ever played whack-a-mole? Like, why give ourselves a countdown? Just head back through the door now and beat up whoever thinks it's a great idea to walk in through the door. Sounds like you have a good idea. She puts forth a sound strategy as acting manager. As long as no other high-ranking officers among them would be to our benefit. Well, let's see what Skier says. That was quick. Alan blinked, shooting us a puzzled look as our entrance squad came pouring through the door long before he finished the lockdown sequence. Due to newly engagement complications past the door, we have concluded that this location is the optimal point to intercept and engage the infiltrators from the Ring. This location, you say? Oh wait, that door leads to a zone under a syndicate or a Wing's protection, doesn't it? Better idea to fight them here then. Happy to work with someone quick on the uptake. Wasn't long rushing through the open door. You want to summon them while they're relaxing, but it can't be helped. It can't be helped, you know, we could try doing a fight with the sinners we have. We have a good number. I like being limited. Look at her, the furry wife. Alright, you punks feel lucky? Already glowing through the gates.
일리 있는 의견이다. 그걸로 하지.
You'll have a fantastic time.
저분들처럼만 해주시면 좋을 텐데.
불가능한 꿈이죠.
We got our 3 little art schools here.
외워야 할 관리법과 이성이 많잖아요.
Chatliff. Come on, we need our Ricardo Heathcliff ID.
관리자의 지휘 성향을 고려하면 이제 행동불능에 빠진 개체를 적극적으로 노리겠네요.
아니, 여길 보면 여유가 생겼을 때 다른 상대에 더 집중한다는 지표가.
그 지표는 3개월 전 도입했잖아요. 커피넥이 없죠.
저희는 신경 쓰지 마시고 테스트에 집중해 주세요.
Do this. +1 base power for every bleed on the target. Oh. Yeah, too bad their top hit there is pretty good. So you can clash. Get bleed.
피해 산출값이 예상 범위를 벗어났는데요.
적절한 비교 지표.
We must stop the furry incursion into our fucking basement.
바로 전송해주게.
Bleeding. Yeah, ring thing ain't doing so hot. I'm gonna be real, it ain't. He ain't doing so hot in this fucking fight. He might just perish horrifically. Come on, you can win. Oh, Tira's ulting.
이 정도쯤은 바이올렛 브레이크 슬랩!
I think it's really funny how
고려해둔 전략이 없다면
fucking 2-star Ring Ishmael is doing better
어쩔 수 없지. 테스트가 끝난 뒤에 고통을
in his
호소하는
fight.
관리자의 모습을 추가로 기록할 수는 있겠군.
Getting some good bleed in this quote unquote bleed team.
움직임이 좋네요.
저희
추출된
영감을
인격의
일깨워
첨부가
주시는군요.
뿐일까요?
수감자 본연의 기량이 돌아왔구나. 관리자의 지위가 이끌어낸 명령을 주도해야지.
짜증나게.
이건
Yes, we do have a Discord.
분석할 때 다시 봐야겠네요.
Hello? A lovely little Discord where many beings are welcomed
저
as
개체는
long as they behave like adults.
관리자가 상황에 맞는 효과적인 공격 수단을 택했으니 당연한 결과일 테지.
보여드려야겠군요. 외면의 예술을.
Ah, she's undressing again.
알리사가
Quite inappropriate. Quite inappropriate. Put
산출값이
put your clothes back on, young lady.
에서 산출했던 비정상값과 다르게 이건 쓸 수 있겠어. 양질의 데이터를 얻었군.
Buff. Oh, the Callisto artwork is set up very nice.
살관의 덕에. 나쁘지 않아요. 이제야 친해졌네요. 저의 뼈로 등을 잡고 저의 살로 채우는 살관의 덕에. 나쁘지 않아요. 짜증나게.
우리 식구를 크게 마실걸?
Get staggered. I ain't even reading what these horrid mechanic they've been slapping onto my sinners has been. We've just been killing them.
확실히 관리자의 지위가 동반된다면 승률이 상당히 높군.
Nah.
약지에 감긴 세 바퀴의 반지는
I need to see.
마에스트로가 되기 위해 인정받은 세 가지 작품을
Pathetic.
뜻하죠.
Pathetic.
비록 지금 제
You
작품이
used to be the guy.
많은 신경을 울리지는 못하더라도 여전히 반지에 부끄럽지 않은 작품을 선보.
Truly sad. Miseries. Oh. Is that the room? Is that? Okay, that about wraps up the middle's corridor. Thanks to you folks, we managed to cut the door cataloging workload by 80%. I really appreciate everyone doing that amount of checking on each and every door team. Made my life a whole lot easier. It's all thanks to the manager's excellent strategization. Next up, the thumbs corridor. Well, we actually found a lot of intel lying around there, so we just need you to check on something of the doors in the basement. Intel? The manager expresses interest in the aforementioned intel. That in the thumbs corridor, we came across a bundle of papers detailing the comings and goings of the thumb members and the orders they were carrying. whoever wrote the logs had been diligently keeping them updated, and the last entry was written not so long ago. While the contents of the notes weren't all that interesting, they helped us get the idea of where each door in the corridor leads to. Valsina's shitty scrap papers. She'd been keeping up with that useless shit this whole time. Useless shit. Remnants of her desperate search for a thread to cling to. You found one of her backup tickets. Boards. I've marked any door that need work with a drone. That should be out 3 or 4 of them. While you guys do that, I got some leftover work to take care of over here, so I've been noticing throughout our interactions. Whenever anything irrelevant to his work came up, Alan seemed to have a way of unhearing and maneuvering right past it as though he didn't even have registered what was said. Recalling our conversation with Cesra back at P-Corp, that deeply uncurious indifference might just be one of the potential personalities going through the personality traits to go on as a corporate employee in the city. Understood. And let's explore the areas past the marked doors and return here. Thanks a ton. Well then. With Alan returning to where the other Wayfair company's employees, I'm starting to lean more towards the Merceau. But you saying Alan could still work. You know, one or the other. Alright. There's someone in here. More of the ring, maybe? Going by the silhouettes, they're unlikely to be members of the ring. Come on, lady, get on my way so I can see. Ah, it's the detective. Some stubbly guy I don't know, and that annoying airy dude. Sounds like Moses, Gregor, and Hong Lu, respectively. Trio has grown. Oh. Gregor! It's been a bit. You okay, fella? You bumped your head earlier. Ah, fine as a fiddle. It was just a minor fall. This is the 3rd time it's occurred. We ought to discuss this issue with the manager once this consultation is over. I think I'm seeing a bump on the side of Hong Lu's head. Manager, Hong Lu has a concussion from you teleporting him in to fight. And anyway, you know what to do, right? If at any moment you see signs of. Don't worry, Gregor. You made it through the explanation and the footage to both. You're going to be fine again. I believe in you. Look at you now. We're right where it happened, but your arm is stable, see? Ironically, fear tends to grow most unmitigated when it's distant and unseen. I understand what you might be worried about, but I don't even see the earliest importance of it. Don't hesitate to share the unfiltered thoughts that arise while you're here. Moses, are you a therapist now? I know what I saw in the footage, but I'm still having a hard time believing it. Or, I don't know, maybe I'm just avoiding the truth when it's staring me right in the face. My case is nothing like Don Quixote's. She just needs to keep her shoes on, and it's all good and dandy for her, isn't it? Things don't work out that way for me. What are they talking about? Sounds hella deep, dude, guys. I wanted to say dudes. Sure about you driving me on him like this? That geezer's always weirdly cagey about himself. Maybe now's our chance to learn more about him. He's sharing such an IS about him for once. Why walk away? Don Quixote gives a nonsensical interpretation of Ryoshu's acronym as Kira rolls her eyes out of admiration. Between the bickering sinners and Kira, however, Notice stands in silence with an inscrutable look on her face. She's listening to the exchange between Moses and Gregor like a woman possessed. Okay, let's keep listening then. I thought Radia would show more care towards our dear Gregor. He's just like dumped Hong Lu on him. He's just like, I don't want to deal with the boring crap. Even though you were there. Otis is right. Damn it, she's right all along. Fuck, he's lazy. He's admitting something about Otis. No, you can't say that. War isn't over, never was, and it can't ever be as long as this fucking joke of gift stays attached to my arm. Barbed words. Now let's revisit a question you couldn't answer while the footage was playing. Hopefully, it's become easier to answer now. You've been using that arm to fight just fine so far. How? I don't mind fighting hostiles or enemy. I'm not the kind of person who worries about people trying to kill me. But killing my comrades, that changes things, doesn't it? You can't even control it. There's nothing I can do to even brace for it. It's unstoppable, like some kind of time bomb. Counting down to unleash a disease, you never know when its symptoms will set off. Even Heathcliff, who was always the first to step up when people begin to spiral in self-hatred, stood in conflicted silence, his lips drawing a hard, thin line. Besides, Gregor wasn't wrong at that. At present, there wasn't any way to stop his transformation should it occur again. We still got a good chunk of the journey left, and eventually we'll have to. No matter what lurks in the past of the sinners, even if they have been killed hundreds, thousands, or tens of thousands of innocent people, will you still embrace them? We'll eventually have to confront even a darker, bleaker truth of the war. Otis is somehow responsible for the pianist in a way we'll never know. I really trust Gregor not to crumble under that inevitable pressure. I see, you're afraid you'll end up hurting us. Well, that's... At first, I thought I couldn't give a hoot about whether or not I accidentally murdered some of you. It's a bit saddening to hear that. You know how it is, Honolulu. We, the bus team, didn't exactly get off to a rocking good start. But through our journey, we began to think of you all as my comrades, and I was okay with that because I had too much faith in my own weakness. When I realized I had grown so weak that I couldn't even take down some backstreet thug with this arm, I was relieved. Imagine that, the same arm, my arm, a weapon that stabbed the heart out of countless people during the Smoke War. I'll be honest, when that Hohenheim fella said that I was an exception, the thought alone made me hope. Exception, a potentially harmless, weaker than even a non-combatant like you saying. Make hope for a life that didn't sound so bad. We all know what that went through. Blew up in the worst possible way. After all that, I just want to bring myself to fight again. Because I no longer know when this fear would eat me up. Because I'm constantly afraid of this damn gift manifesting again. The same fear you've carried all this time. How did you endure it before? Badly, barely, holding on to the idea that the living's gotta live on and nothing else. This really brings me back to years. The memories are so clear that it's like they're all happened yesterday. Bessie kicked me off the bus before it pushed Tungsten. That can't be an answer. That can't be the answer, Gregor. You can walk away, but the danger of our journey won't leave with you. Dante and the rest of us will still be facing an endless repeat of peril. And it's not like leaving the bus will bring peace to your heart. Our deaths can be reversed should an accident occur, even if it comes at a cost of Dante's suffering. The same can't be said for most people of the city. Now that's something I never expected to hear from you. I guess you're right. If we're seeing this through to any kind of end, this would be a place to do so. Not many places in this city have some warmth to them like this one does. Boy, this consultation thing is pretty embarrassing. I mean, it's not like I was forced to go through something as traumatizing as yours, Honglu. Truth be told, I'm not some special case. Everyone who participated in that war must have gone through some more or less the same experience. Miss Moses, Otis, and even Valencia, that piece of work. You can attach a number to our misfortunes as if they're something to be measured. When I fled from my past, I tried my hardest to avert my eyes from it. But you, Gregor, you're not like me. Every few steps that distance you from the past, you'd come to a pause, a spare look toward the path you'd walk. All those years I let slip by, all those that slip by you are dotted with fathoms of suffering that are both ineffable and beyond measure. Different experiences, different pain. Still, if there's one thing common to everyone, it's that trauma leaves after effects that linger for a long time. What are yours? I dislike loud noises and people who talk too much. They sound too much like the cacophony of the war. I don't like screaming comrades who resented me even as they lay dying, and the words they left in my heart bled me dry. But I thought you were fond of Miss Ezra, Miss Moses. I've talked too much. That aside, haven't you heard your fill? Might as well come out from the corner you're hiding in. Aw man, you knew we've been dropping eaves this whole time. I was actually waiting for just the right time to come out and say a few words, but I couldn't find an appropriate moment to. Well, I would have had to share this with the manager, bud, or the rest of you fellas sooner or later, so I don't really mind, but what's she doing here? TA? Temporary ally? No. Temporary accompaniment. Don't be an asshole. I'm working my ass off to help you guys. Pleased to make your acquaintance. You're right on time. I've been working on the theory, but I don't have all the clues to be absolutely certain. A word from someone in the know may immensely improve my confidence in the theory. You know which door the thumb nurse father was most attached to? No, duh. Duh, that's supposed to be obvious? Didn't you guys all see her? You think I just chat up a stereo lady like that? Dude, she was beating the ever-living shit out of Lucio every time I saw them together. Oh yeah, he went down fighting you guys to the end. Oh yeah, he went down fighting you guys. Yeah, said stuff about her generosity and all that and fought till he died. Damn, that's unexpected. Being real for a second? I thought he was totally gonna swap sides. Really? That lad? And why is that? You know the vibes. You guys don't know because you haven't seen him long without the stereo lady always looming over him. What's up? Done stab her right in the spine? You! I know you might be training wrong. You might be training wrong because like you're not improving as much as you should from all that grind. Let me show you what I learned about sword swings from this comic book. It's not how my master has instructed me. Textbook cannot be permitted to have even a single deviation if it means to repay the debt it owes her. Why are you so obsessed with all that crap anyway? You don't even like the old lady. But you're not so different from me in that regard, are you? Bro, the heck you talking about? I love my papa. Seriously, I thought things were gonna crash and burn before Yoshihide even came home. Suppose Textbook and I had that in common. This one doesn't know. Let me redirect that question toward you, Sinner Ryoshu. Hopefully this touches upon one of the more intact memories. Do you know which of these doors the Thunder's father showed particular attachment to, or the door she used most often? Why asked me? Fine, yes, I do remember. Don't even need Clock's help to piece it back together. It's that one. The door with metal pieces dangling from it. Holy shit, I almost died out there. Son of a bitch, fucking fly. Where'd those G-Corp fucks even drag those gross pests from? Mom, are you okay? Do I look okay to you, Ticket? No, not really. I'm fine. You know I don't break easy. You should have been there to see me tear the head off that G-Corp merman, Ticket. Mom, your leg's bleeding a lot. Comes another mission. Boy, they really can't do shit without me, huh? So much for a break. Fuck is this? Bandages? Were you? This kid serious? They got truckloads of expensive treatments on the ready to patch me up the moment I get back to the okay, never mind that. Hey, this works. Mom, sit tight. Don't start any trouble. I'll teach you some sword techniques once I'm back. Must have been her years in the smoke war. Yeah, fighting the war took a lot out of her and left her perpetually exhausted. She marched to every battlefield with a smile, stopped drinking, stopped beating me too. Like a blissful idiot who forgot that she was still neck deep in the inescapable pit called the House of Spiders. Well, the ironic peace didn't last. Sometime after the war ended, someone she called the consigliere of the Thumb visited the House of Spiders as a tutor. And that's when she went right back to drinking herself into a shit-faced stupor day after day. The beatings returned, and so did the edge in her profanity. It was pathetic. Hold on. Why though? Sure, I was on the losing side. But wasn't Valsiena on the winning side? A war hero at that? Ever heard of the regulation that prevents Smoke War participants from moving into I-Corp and K-Corp nests? The common thread between these post-war rules is that they make the lives of the veterans difficult. Dubious rules that don't discriminate between winners and losers. I see. And there must have been things going on behind the scenes there too. But doesn't that mean that Backdoor will drop us in the trench they dug during the war? Yes, and Gregor will be the one to open it. Wait, me? Yes, others can do it for you, but what would be the point? You sure this won't just end up giving him more nightmares? I don't see how this helps him in any fucking... we're back to the Gregor glow up. God, I love the memes after fucking Canto 9. It was just like, you know, part 3 is just like, he went from potential man to please never realize your potential man. If and when, but please never. I mean, it's true, whatever slumbers within his arm. However, I would surmise that the underlying cause of his son's transformation wasn't the arm itself. Then what? It's trauma. His arm took control after his psyche was crushed by the weight of the unspeakable memories coming back to haunt him. It's not because his arm went berserk that he started reliving his painful life. It was the other way around. Isn't that so? If you can come to understand that the war is really over, and that what others say, no matter how closely they echo the past, is not necessarily aimed at you, you may be able to loosen your grip on the fear and anxiety that your arm could metamorphosize at any moment. While our suggestion may be blunt, it is one of the basic treatment principles of M-Corp's psychological therapy centers. Fine then. Yes, I'll open it up. Rigger walked up to the door, grabbed its handle, then paused, taking a slow, deep breath. Then with one arm, he gently opened the door. Oh, hey, Toma! It's been a while! Why are you running? You should be taking the lead in the front lines of G-Corp Banner Hellhide. I don't want to die. Oh, hi, Yuri. Uncle, it's nice to have a place to go back to. Yuri! Yuri mentioned! Yuri, hey! Where is it? Hey, Yuri! It's Gregor's fault. I blame Gregor. This is Gregor's fault. He could have saved her, but I could have done it better. He fucked up. It's a nice place to go back to. Alright, happy 15th birthday. Now you can't possibly have the cheek to call me cruel. You G-Corp pests were far more messed up than I ever was, ripping people apart, cannibalizing them. You were nothing but a swarm of fucked up monsters. I thought I'd woken up from the dream. I was still... Gregor fight route 2? Memories. Needed member Gregor. Alright, alright. Alright, Gregor. You're not who I need. Dodd. Alright.
곧 작전 시작이군.
전시 준비는 완벽하다.
Fine.
소재가 준비됐어?
네.
드디어
소재가 준비됐어?
투입.
나를 점 찍었다면 격에 맞는 조언도 함께 준비하도록.
You.
그러든가.
투입 준비.
나를 점
책임은 검은 갈아뒀다.
Battle.
어떤 조직 놈들인지 면면 좀 받을까?
This place. Huh? It's just a boring old office. I was kind of ready to be shook and think we were about to walk into a war zone or something. You recognize this place? It really just... Wait a second. Ah, of course I do. My last job before Limbus company. And my desk was over there. Here's a tip, fellas. When you're working in an office like this, always do the corner desk facing the wall if you can. Help it. Lets you hide from the boss man. Out of sight, out of mind, you know? You can do whatever you want that way. Work, chill, or even freak out in terror at the slightest sound of metal clinking. Nobody will attach you. Nobody will think you're a bother to other people. You're actually able to get a normal job? Ricker grins, a bit bitter, a mocking smile directed at himself. The only downside of this destiny being people walking up behind me to get my attention. Higher ups just had the hollow, "Hey, vet hire," and I'll scuttle up to them, but others can't do that. So whenever people walked up to me from behind, I'd get afraid that I might cause an accident. Vet hire. Must be about the post-war veteran special employment. Right, I couldn't possibly complain. And I've gotten that job without it, you know? And everyone was lucky enough to be considered for that. I was better off than most. Ricker? Head manager Ted? Ricker whipped around his head and his hand innocent leaving his own. There's an unfamiliar man in a clean suit standing behind us. It really is you, Gregor! He's so happy! Ah, I see some new faces with you. Oh wait, you folks must be the accountant that the guys on the other team asked us to leave the meeting room to open for. Landing a new job, huh? I see you've got a new employee card right there. Well, how have you been doing? Me, same old, same old. Well, no, it's not like I've got anywhere else to go, right? I'm not surprised you found new work so soon. You're always a dependable guy. Is the pay good? How's life, man? Oh yeah, you were going to try that, sell that tomato toy and some kind of metal? Well, we got paid good money for that. Look at me asking how's life to a fellow citizen. Can't imagine anybody have anything good to say about that. Yeah, moving on. No one's hounding you with vet hire shit over there. No, not at all. There's none of that there. Oh, that's a dear, man. I didn't have to deal with that Dane Jacob of an executive VP messing you like he was a war veteran himself. You know, how many years I had to hear that geezer bragging about how he profiteered from the war. Blowing him up self-labeled traps about how in every peril and opportunity is waiting to be found. Blah, blah, blah. I'm preaching to the choir, aren't I? That guy, is he still taking his sauna breaks during work hours? What do you think? His seat misses his ass every day. Oh, and get this. Remember how he used to call you Special Employment Fellows Nepo Force? A few days ago, his name showed up in the HR report. Guess what it said? Turns out he was lining his pockets with kickbacks whenever he was choosing to fix our office for a partnership project. There's about to be a vacancy in the office real soon. Really? Isn't he, you know, an actual Nepo? Thought he's the president's family. Yeah, man, it's that bad. It's what anyone talks about when water cooler. If there's anything I learned here, it's that people obsessed with back in my days are all kind of like him. They hate how their glory days around them. Kind of like a distraction from how pathetic they are now. Hey, Batstreet's kids like myself don't have glory days to look back on and yearn for, right? I'll look back, it's all doom and gloom, you know? You ever hit roll on? You always know the only way left is to go up. You said something like that before, yeah. It is my own brand of bullshit philosophy. Oh boy, look at me running my mouth for customers. Sorry about that, folks. Don't worry about that. It's a pretty unique prosthesis you got there. No worries, but it seems that you were on your way to submit those proposals. Gee golly, I'm late. Thank you for snapping me out of it. I'm gonna get one heck of a scolding. Anyway, Gregor, hit me up sometime, eh? Let's go out and catch up over a drink or something. Sure, if I get the chance. Man who seems like Gregor's former coworker hurried away. We didn't forget to wave us a good-natured goodbye. I didn't see a little bit of him in the way you talked, Gregor. I'm on it. I don't sound as old as he does, do I? Moses, who had been quietly observing as Ryder and his former co-worker chatted, exhaled a light stream of smoke and slowly began to speak. Many of us who returned from the war seem to suffer from a certain misconception. When we are told to remember it, does it not seem we are forbidden to live through the nightmare of the past over and over again? We're not being cursed to relive the pain and suffering in it. Both Ezra and I, we're both still trying to be free of the misconception we inflicted on ourselves. It's not like I remember because I want to. Well, if you can't bring yourself to forget them, might as well include in your memory the fact that the war has indeed ended. Fine. You're not wrong there. Ryder stared at his right arm for a while, quietly contemplating. Manager bud, can't say I can give you any reassurance, but just going on with my life seems to be the best answer for now. I want to ask if you're okay with that. No, I'll manage. You don't have to deal with me after the math. Ryder would always say the same to those suffering from cruelty inherent in living. Still live on, just live on. And even as his lips spoke those words, his eyes would take on a desperate, unfocused look, shaded beneath despair. Today the gloomy gray seemed to give way to just a hint of the blue sky beyond. This may be no more than a single ray of sun peering through the dark clouds that have long suffocated the sky. Probably would take much more than this for the shadows to be fully lifted. Don't you worry. I'll be fine. It was a big step forward for him to address even a little bit of the persistent anxiety from his past. When he emerged from the door, we saw Otis facing away from us, her weapon drawn. Wait, how did she even followed us through the door? Huh? Were you here the entire time? Yes, I was told by the Allen figure that someone has to stay behind and watch the door during those operations. So I stayed and... Oh man, it's those asshats again! Weird, the corridor's not a place for those newbies to be roaming around on their own. As you can see, a few uninvited guests have decided to visit us through a different door. Well, let's pass Otis just in time to see more Falvas pour into the corridor through that door. You trying to... Well, can't just let them through, can we? Kill them all! Hell yeah! Yes, manager. Yes, executive manager. No mercy. It must be done.
여러분이 이때까지 겪었던 일은 전부 보고서로 전달받았습니다. 관찰일지도 다 읽었죠.
도대체 어떤 사람들일지 다들 궁금해했어요. 요즘 같은 시대에 여러분처럼 이론보다 행동을 앞세운 실험 정신을 가진 사람들은 몇 없거든요.
Another win for the company. Man, lots of talks about various traumas in this intervalo. I guess it makes sense.
불가능한 꿈이죠. 환상체와 뒤틀린 모두 외워야 할 관리법과 야성이 워낙 많잖아요.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
They really tanked that one, huh?
개체의 상태가 조금 변했을 거예요.
I consider that quite rude. They should
하시진
accept
마시고
their beating.
끝나고 종이에 적어주세요.
관리자가 째깍대는 소리도 잘 녹음해두게. 상황별로 파형을 분석해봐야겠어.
전부 쳐죽여!
아이씨, 짜증나게.
흙을 마실 걸?
I mean, these eyes, it's an unfocused encounter. It's like, it's not the big deal. Raider stepping
관리자의
up.
지휘 성향을 고려하면
안전하게
이제
지켜줄
행동
테니까.
불능에 빠진 개체를 적극적으로 노리겠네요.
아니, 여길 보면 여유가 생겼을 때 다른 상대에 더 집중한다는 지표가
그 지표는 3개월 전 데이터.
Do this, do that. Yep.
감상은 어떤가요?
테스트에 집중.
아이, 짜증나게.
I should have checked Marcel for the ID. Surely somebody's already grinded him up. You know there are the crazy folks.
예상 범위를 벗어났는데요?
저런 비교 지표가 있는지 모르겠군. 유사 실험 그룹이 있다면 바로 전송해주게.
보여드려야겠군요.
예술적이네요.
Deke. Undressing, huh?
알리사가
What do these
강도를
do?
93%까지 끌어올렸던
Oh, it's just
시간대보다
they just
산출값이 좋네요.
I'll bleed and-
산출했던 비정상 값과 다르게 이건 쓸 수 있겠어. 양질의 데이터를 얻었군.
intriguing.
안타깝게도 내 숲에 있는 애들은
감상은
모두
어떤가요?
The slow one must levy his violence.
죽이는 것뿐이지.
훌륭한 단말만 해요.
Look at them. They're screaming. They're being ripped to shreds, and they get the stream. Broken coins my ass yet again. Raider, give them a walloping.
알리사가 강도를 93%까지
player ID, it's in player.
끌어올렸던 실험 데이터보다 산출값이 좋네요.
Oh, that's actually kind of funny.
비정상 값과 다르게 이건 쓸 수 있겠어. 양질의 데이터를 얻었군.
감상은 어떤가요?
The BL Sinclair. Oh wait, that's actually kind of a consistent buff you could put on Bird Rigger. What's the funny name for him? Lantern Rigger, or not Lantern, Lamp? Faust, why do you keep getting abused by the Still 3 Faust? They really hate corporism, don't they?
근데 이렇게 되네요. 예상한 것보다 피해가
앞을
커지는데요.
밝히지. 지휘 수행 과정을
할
실수가
것이 잘
있었던 것
보인다.
같습니다.
Smack.
원인이 뭘까요?
How will our glorious warriors commit
피해를
violence?
선정해서 지휘 과정에서 생각지 못한 변수가 있어서
대체로 이럴 때는 여러 요인이 복합적으로 작용한 탓이지. 뭐
Oh, two still threes from him. Faust is staggered, which is unfortunate.
이제 한 쌍의 상황보에서 24개의 늑골이 자아내는 TDI의 멜로디가
움직임이 좋네요. 추출된 인격의 전투감과 격합니까요?
수단자 본연의
항상
저 개...
저희
이번으로
영감을
몇 번째 뜬 거죠?
일도와주시는군요.
17번째라네. 확실히 관리자의 지위가 동반된다면 승률이 상당히 높군.
You just don't like it because you're bad at it. I don't want the office loading screen. No smoking. Damn.
약지에 감긴 세 바퀴의 반지는 마에스트로가 되기 위해 인정받은 세 가지 작품을 뜻하죠.
뽀뽀뽀?
비록 지금 제 작품이 만인의 신금을 울리지는 못하더라도
Maybe I just do a little
여전히
harder.
반지가
How much?
부끄럽지 않은 작품
We're getting closer.
선보이고 있는 것 같네요.
Speed sinking. Nah, you'll be fine. The team need be grow stronger. Basement. In the basement. Can I get that support? Thank you. I just have to check for the Merceau one.
투입 중.
검은 가로 나를 점 찍었다니.
I don't know why I did that. I think I was gonna change where Gregor was on the alignment, but I was like, he's fine. It's not optimal. But he's fine. Once we dealt with the phallus who invaded the Thumner's father's corridor, we left for the indexes. Then we ran into a few familiar faces waiting for us at our destination. Don't you guys have today off? Well, since you keep calling us in! Yeah, but I thought I might as well come along. It's, you know, you keep summoning us while we're in the middle of something, so I decided that it might actually be more convenient for us to be with you in person. It really was eventually got to the point, it's just like, I would have been fine if they limited our fucking unit sitter picks, that would have been fine. For us to be in person, your summoning occurred at the most unideal moment. Now, I know you weren't doing it on purpose, but at all 3 times you summoned me, I was leaning over snacks topped with a bunch of whipped cream. Today I learned that blacking out and waking up to a me-shaped dip in the cake I was about to chow down doesn't make for a very relaxing break. Sorry about that. I should have checked in with you guys before summoning, but I'm still getting used to it. Okay, now you're being too sorry. No hard feelings here, you know? I'm tagging along because I need some exercise, that's all. I appreciate the additional employee assignments. Now, if you could share any information you know about the yet another corridor. I hang out here all the time, so I know this place a little. There was a super clingy, annoying little... no, that wasn't the masked dude. There was this other, Is there something you don't remember? Oh, right. Kira probably doesn't remember Sora. Sora? I don't think that name rings any bells for us either. Is that someone who used to live here? Yeah, well, Sora was the Index Apprentice, so she probably lived here. Forsooth, the Index Apprentice. Oh, pray tell, wherefore is that lit? Is that the middle and the thumb get the index and the pinky lack them? It would indeed be quite odd if there are merely 3 of the 5 fingers tapped an apprentice each. Retrace, I may add to my recollections, yet I find it like following a trail of odorless air, invisible and unreal. No, there was someone, but I can't. The representation of the pinky and his are missing. No, to be more precise, a merciless blade has shredded them and reduced them to intangible formlessness. How refreshing to hear the same impression from someone else rather than myself for once. Had seen that I was the only one who remembered the 2 apprentices, I retraced back to our first meeting and briefly shared what I knew about Sora. She doesn't sound like very forgettable character. Well, Ariyoshi cut her into ribbons. Then would explain why it feels as though I'm recalling a sequence of events, with a critical part missing in between. You can almost imagine her giggling to herself like a creepy loner, and she probably wears glasses too, right? Like one of those gloomy introverts from anime? I see, so that's why it feels like I'm tearing through each strand of the weave. Ryoshu? Let's say the world's made of strings, or threads, clock. With every slash, this blade would be cutting through the flow of strands that entwine and interpose one's existence. When an object is severed forever beyond repair, you'd think neither trace nor shape would be left of it. But now that you've placed some of it together, it's Instead of elaborating further, Ryoshu fell silent again, save for the sound of the tip of her cigarette turning to ash, and she was recalling another incomplete memory. I guess she was trying to avoid over speculation on what she doesn't know for sure. Damn, that really breaks the meta. I had a vague idea how it works, but this is the first time I'm hearing the deets. I'll had to go through 4 ramp-up stages and remove seals to like even make full use of his sword. Honestly, yours needs like a trade-off. Your sword totally power creeps Papa's. TL? There's plenty already. Oh, so true. Guess slicing your memories away is one hell of a trade-off. Sorry. Okay, so I'm guessing you don't have anything to contribute for this corridor. Oh, I've got one. I don't know where it leads, but the index die used it all the time. Hopefully it doesn't drop us into an army of indexes. TPU. They rarely gather in big groups. Pretty sure that's pretty unlikely. Ah, what was that for, Ryoshu? Wait, did you just hit me with that sword handle? I didn't do anything. I didn't do anything. But I saw it. I saw Ryoshu stab her. Arya suddenly jerked to the side, prodding Sinclair like it was annoyed by something. I will STS. I'll SYLC until he can barely walk. I swear this isn't slander or whatever. Look, you poked me so hard it left the mark on my arm. Here. Well, I don't want to read too much into it, but the scabbard was rattling like it was irritated by something. Stop interrupting for her. This is why she won't stop making up these nonsense acronyms. Stop interpreting. Fuck. This is why she won't stop making those nonsense acronyms. He's making it worse. I gotta stop him from translating for her somehow. Arya? Wait, that voice just now. It sounded a lot like Arya. I was actually talking. Dante, you saw that too, right? Ryoshu didn't do anything. Wait, really? It really wasn't her? Nope. Then it's decided. To be fair to Sinclair, no one else but I saw in full detail how the stabber came to be. Which means that he couldn't imagine in his wildest dreams that the scabbard poked him of its own volition. It doesn't seem like any of the sinners heard the voice either. Damn, you guys bully him a lot, huh? Well, the lad's been long overdue for a little smack upside his noggin. We should head inside. Let's not keep Alan waiting. Here, directed us. The features was like I'm mistaken for a dozen of doors we walked past another nest. We were greeted by a whiff of stale, musty air the moment we walked through the door. I think this leads to a basement. There's a fucking dead guy over there. He does not look like a person. Man, appears to be a almost dungeon-like basement area. There, this masked beeperang ran through this door. So, who are they? The index. Signs of life. There are people living down here up until just a few hours ago. Why are you here, paper slips? We were only executing the prescript. I've had it with these prescripts, though at least yours don't make annoying beeps. The basement was stocked up with shelf-stable and non-perishable food. And the ceilings were all completely empty, save for what looked like a makeshift bathroom in each of them. In the cells. Why did I say ceilings? Cells! It is likely this dungeon was used to imprison individuals of varying features that may be required to complete a prescript. Seriously? This room seems to have been used for something worse than simple incarceration. Among Faust's gestures, that the captives were conditioned in body and mind in various ways to match the prescript liking. Sounds like that guy was just as crazy as the rest of them. Wait. That staircase right there, leads up. Let's check out what's... Freaking annoying, man. The heck are you doing? You cannot enter through this door. Oh, I see another griefer body blocking the doorway. Move. I need to see something. The will of the prescript forbids you. You cannot enter through this door. What do we do? Is it... We're forcing our way in here? They seem pretty adamant about not letting us in. I'd prefer if we stayed as far as possible from anything that has to do with the prescripts. But nonetheless, in the basement, give me any indications to where the door connects. Gods? That's quite the name. Oh, this is right. We're gonna have to get upstairs if we're gonna get an idea of where the door leads. If Rain's been using this basement, then I'd like to see what's upstairs. Honestly, learning that this door connects to some basement is more than enough intel to cross it off the list. Still, if this has anything to do for Yoshi's memory. Alright then, let's push through. Executing your command, Executive Manager. The will of the Prescript is absolute. Is it though? Is it though? Is it? Is it really?
외부 요인에 의한 강화지만
focus
너무
battle.
경솔할 필요는 없어요.
활용 가능성에 대해 고민해보게.
They look nice. Pre-strip chasing probably at the index. Alright, you little rats, you're about to get ringed. Attack and hit a center. Are you winning? Yeah, you're winning. Can we not? Oh, it's because he was a 5. We can ignore that one because Kira's fine. Yeah, with these actually fucking shreds.
나가서 싸워. 뒤는 네가 봐주지.
목이 피었잖아.
Beat Cliff. Kira ain't a sinner, so it's fine.
앞을 밝히지. 구애할 것이 잘 보이도록. 저 대체는 오래 버티지 못하겠군요.
관리자가 상황에 맞는 효과적인 공격 수단을 택했으니 당연한 결과.
Do you feel lucky, punk?
어중간한 예술은
The will of the city wanted us to kill you, boss. I'm sorry to say it.
이제야 완성되었나?
피해 산출값이 예상 범위를 벗어났는데요.
Look at that, now they're getting karmic consequences.
유사 실험 기록이 있다면 바로 전송해주게.
Yep, there we go. Boy was struggling a bit. You know, we didn't want that.
남았어도 이 정도쯤은
Our little buddy Kira.
저걸
Damn.
약화시키는 것도
Too
좋은
staggered.
방법이지. 나쁘지 않군.
굉장히 잘했다고 말씀하시는 거예요.
You wanna flash with him? I mean, I guess you can. Yeah, they're both almost dead. Do that.
해고 감독.
훌륭한
I may have fucked it up, but it's fine.
먹지.
자, 아듀.
I do. Oh. Ad breaks in 5 minutes. Keep going. I'm not sure how long this intervalo is.
이제야
보여드려야겠군요.
Oh, we're just having a chill time.
알리사가 감도를 93%까지
The next wave. Who are you trying to go after him?
LCA나 LCD에게서 산출했던
Oh,
비정상값과
you're
다르게
trying to hurt my man. Oh, you're outspeeding us. Too bad I have a solution for that. Do that.
묻혀지게!
The Schward. The return of ringing. Bong bong bong. Oh, I forgot. I forgot. Not the buff.
바이올렛 브레이크.
I hope I have enough to actually level up the man.
알리사가 감도를 93%
Don't know if I have enough.
실험 데이터보다
If this interval has a dungeon, I'll probably make it a separate stream.
비정상값과 다르게 이건 쓸수
Or I'll
있겠어.
break it up like, I
양질의
don't know,
데이터를 얻었군.
at some point. Who are you clashing with? Oh, that's good. Everyone else, don't beat that guy to death.
감상은 어떤가요?
You feel lucky, punk? No?
움직임이 좋네요.
Not at all.
몇 번째 통과죠?
도와주시는군요.
You know, it'd be fucked up if like the ring IDs were like so horrid
승률이
that
상당히
non-ring IDs got like a debuff to sanity. Like, wouldn't that be fucked up? What's up there? You may speak to me casually, Arya, but in the presence of other princesses, perhaps you should find it preferable to mimic the tone of the Dio Star. Come on, it's not like I want to be the Dio Star. Just let me do whatever I want while I'm here. Certainly, you have a point. So what's up there, up the stairs? I'm not sure myself. I've never been upstairs. Are you even a little curious? Why bother peeling back the heavens to see what is beyond? Those wanting of yearning needeth raise their heads skyward. I'm seeing Arya's memories? Blockhead, what did you see? I'm not sure, but now we've got another reason to check what's upstairs. Alright! He's got like goat legs sewed onto him? What the fuck were they doing?
걸작을 자아낸
You did the most damage!
마에스트로님이
Alright, okay. Maybe you're just not good in the chain fights, you know. Into oblivion in silence. Alright, more script kitties. I just realized how funny of a name that is for them, telling them script today. Okay. Merceau? Alright. Welcome to the team, buddy.
그러든가.
나를 점 찍었다면 검은 갈아뒀다.
서두르지 말고 느긋하고 여유롭게.
전투 테스트가 너무 많지 않냐고요?
Man, he is well dressed.
그건
And he,
전달받은 연설을 통해
toned back hair,
자네들의
the
관심사가
cattail.
거울 동전이라는 결론을 내렸기 때문이다.
Okay, so you know the cattail is
전투를
really fucking
좋아한다고
funny.
판단했지.
저희가 야근이라는 말을 달고 산다고 야근을 좋아하는 건 아니잖아요, 팀장님.
I'll kill that guy. We got a good number of pride steals on the team, so you know. Oh,
아이씨, 짜증나게.
fumbled it. The new lead team, Ring.
먹지.
Almost
그런
staggered.
식으로도 사용하는 건가? 놀랍군.
실수 아닐까요?
알고 있네. 그래서 놀랍다고 했지. 잘했다고 안 했지 않나?
Harvest them.
여러분이 이때까지 겪었던 일은
Could have been a
전부
better
보고서로
turn, but
전달받았습니다. 관찰일지도 다 읽었죠.
도대체 어떤 사람들일지 다들
quite alright.
궁금했어요. 요즘 같은 시대에 여러분처럼 이론보다 행동을 앞세운 실험 정신을 가진 사람들은 몇 없거든요.
hopeless. All right. Okay, so they're about the same. Gregor, you're gonna have to do your best. But to make it up for you, we will brutalize them.
전부 쳐져.
He's just gonna have to kind of eat one and hope. Oh, you know what? This is what the backup sinners are for.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
Ineffective slash. Their swords ain't cutting it.
안 남았어도 이 정도쯤은.
저걸 약화시키는 것도 좋은 방법이지. 나쁘지 않군.
굉장히 잘했다고
Who's
말씀하신 거예요.
next? YouTube swears? The revenge of Heathcliff is underway. Well, that's why we have dodge. There we go.
갑니다.
You know what? I'm glad I brought Gregor in because you know what? Being able to parry at anyone is not parry. Slash. It's pretty fucking good, Mr. Birdman. Whack, whack, whack.
완성되었나?
앞을 밝히지. 후회할 것이 잘 보이도록.
저 개체는
Not a kill, but
버티진
a stagger.
관리자가 상황에 맞는 효과적인 공격
A new guy showing up is absolutely target number uno to fucking annihilate. All right. Faust, help him. Rip this man to fucking shreds if he isn't killed instantly.
이제 한 쌍의 상황골과 24개의 늑골이 자아내는 티비아의 멜로디가
피해 3초
Still alive. Faust will have to finish the job from the looks of it.
적절한 비교 지표가 있는지 모르겠군. 유사 실험 기록이 있다면 따로 전송해주게.
파우스트 신체파의 예술을
And gets a
보여줄
nice buff.
시간이랍니다.
Not even in sword mode, just in fucking brick beating mode.
보여드려야겠군요. 외면의 예술을.
Yes, yes.
감도를 93%
Violence.
올렸던 실험 데이터보다 산출값이
Kill the new ones.
LCA나 LCD에게서 산출했던 비정상 값과
Oh, they're targeting him?
쓸수 있겠어. 양질의 데이터를 얻었군.
Oh man, I hope you can make it. Let's see, do you have any bleed on you? You have some burn. Good luck, my hombre.
퇴장 시간이
I think a few of our clashes have been delayed.
그럼 안녕히.
움직임이 좋네요.
저희
추출된
영감을
인격의
일
청풀한
도와주시는군요.
덕분일까요?
실험자 본연의 기량이 돌아왔구나. 관리자의 지위가 이끌어낸 명령일지도 모르지.
Ah, the nightmare mode. The nightmare feast. Who doesn't love a little bit of the nightmares?
알리사가 감도를 93%까지 끌어올렸던 실험 데이터보다 산출값이 좋네요.
Who's our target now?
LCA나 LCD에게서
Faust?
산출했던 비정상 값과 다르게 이건 쓸 수
How
있겠어.
pathetic.
양질의 데이터를 얻었군.
Yeah, I do that because I think it's funny.
아이씨, 짜증나.
How dare you? How dare you use your singular red coin to do what a red coin is supposed to? We'll get our green coins in the next. We'll get our red coins in Purgatorio.
더 야성적인
I mean, our green coins. You know, we're the nightmare beasts that to show up and cause immense violence.
나와 공을 맞대?
Oh, Kira doing camp.
바이올렛 브레이크 슬램.
Nice,
외부 요인에
Kira.
의한 강화지만 너무 경계만 할 필요는 없어요.
활용 가능성에 대해 고민해보게.
Yeah, you know what? That works for me. This fight's basically over. Kill him. Activate the win rate button.
다음 놈 나와.
수치 좋네요. 예상했던 대로.
Oh, they're dead.
나가서 싸워.
뭐 지금까지 겪어온 사건을
이제야
고려하면
친해졌네요.
이런 기초적인 테스트에선
이번으로
They were
몇
gonna
번째 뜬
die.
거죠?
17번째라네. 확실히 관리자의 지위가 동반된다면 승률이 상당히 높군.
kind of let down when they were body blocking the door like there was some big secret behind. Oh, was this Ryan's old house? Right, well, this is like any other average family home. Oh man, I get cleaning up's a chore, but peep should at least dust here once in a while. The thick layer of dust covering every surface and the blotchy wallpaper made it clear no one's been living here for a good while. Our family in this year must have had a child. Look, there's drawings and dolls too, though it seems like the place has been abandoned for quite a long time. Something bad have happened in here? Yeah, something must have happened in here. Caused the family to flee and they never got to return. Yeah, lots of evidence suggests that the door's open, a single shoe lying around. Someone fled from home for some reason, never to return. I don't know, it's kind of hard to narrow down the cause. It really could have been anything. Are you searching for something in particular, Ryoshu? Yes, but it doesn't seem to be here. Every frame photo is changed beyond recognition. Whatever documents here must have been torn to shreds. Don't like my memories. Oh, this wasn't where he escaped to. And it's Nur's father, Rin. Last time we saw him, he fled the house via the corridor after suffering a severe wound at Ryoshu's hand. If by some miracle he survived, there's a chance he had come after Ryoshu again, but something about our last encounter led me to believe that this was the last time Ryoshu would ever see him. That is, you recognize this drawing. The waves. I found myself hoping to see Ryoshu piece together another memory. She had been recalling new details all day whenever something caught her attention. Sadly, she responded by softly shaking her head. No, I don't. Waves, burritos, drinks.
약지에 감긴 세 바퀴의 반지는 마에스트로가 되기 위해 인정받은 세 가지 작품을 뜻하죠.
I want to know, are we going to have a dungeon at the end, or are we going to have a boss fight we'll have to repeat?
여전히 반지에 부끄럽지 않은 작품을 선보이고 있는 것 같네요.
Oh. Sandria. 230. This is, it's a boss fight. I think this is probably the last stage of the intervalo. It's using modules. Wow. Where art thou? I want you, and I want you.
없겠지만 다시 한번 소개하는 편이 좋겠네.
No.
뚝딱거리는 시계도 있고 부릉부릉하는 버스도 있고.
Oh, we got enough for him.
기능보다 소재의 원본을
Our choice the rawness of the medium.
겉면의 결착 염색 방식은 사후 경례를 보다 돋보일 수 있게. 예, 피드백에 따라 결점을 보완하겠습니다, 도슨트님.
Dosen. Dosen. All right. Questing your most rigorous, oh god, evaluation. Do I even, I don't think I have enough to actually, I definitely have enough thread to get them up. I don't think I have enough tickets. No, I'm too poor. I'm too broke. Quick
조금
luck
불안했는데
skips.
무사히 끝나게 되어서 다행이에요. 조금 불안했는데 무사히 끝나게 되어서
Interesting.
다행이에요.
Interesting choice game. I needed them anyway. I needed my dailies. Ow. Alright, back to our nefarious dungeon. Yeah, reset deployment order. We'll have him sitting in the back, even if he is basically useless. What are your passives? What are your support passives that could help? Eh. Loose closet dress. It's
먹이를 핥혀 소나기에 담으려는 격정 느껴짐. 이번에 만들어낸 작품은 심사의 출품에도 좋겠군.
Let's see what little story our lad has. First, thread the suture through the eye of the needle. Number 27 suturing sinew is a synthetic Z-twist fiber assembled by using the ingredients talus muscle and treated thread to number 2 bobtail needle. Then suture and close the incision located on the interior. Feedback received at the critique session was that the animal in focus is to be made more obvious. Therefore, parts taken from other animals have been removed wholesale. Additional primary material has been procured to compensate for the missing components. That place a thick patch of reasonably pre-trimmed material over the fashion incision and sutured shut, using only the primary ingredient. It falls short of the tinseling goal achieved it when my original blueprint was conceived, which was designed with access to a wide varying of ingredients in mind. Still, this technique will allow me to achieve a similar effect. This turn objective remains the same. Receive an evaluation higher than a B and attain a measurable improvement beyond the status quo. Because it is customary for individuals who have chosen to join selected to engage themselves in a consistent output schedule and steady improvement in evaluation. Further adjustment to this objective seems unnecessary. The docent has advised that I could perhaps use the desire to coil the ring thrice around my ring finger as fuel to obsess myself to completing the work. However, I have no desire of the kind. Other points of feedback from the docent were likewise executed without issue. I have watched 62 videos of dog fighting pits, paid 7 visits to Falvis Animal Conservatory, watched 71 documentaries on predatory animals, and spent 284 hours alongside with primary material candidate. I spent 284 hours living alongside the primary material tenant. However, none of these advised activities had led to observable improvements in the evaluations of my work. The purpose of this assignment is to feel what it is to be fave, wild, pleasing, to be impulsive in a way that only animals can. However, as the instruction manual did not include any references that how aforementioned feel to be applied to our work, I have been unable to identify a measurable means by which may be translated to physical medium. I have punctured the transfuel bag, blood prepared for the territorial stages leaking out. The disease mirrors and made me somewhat emotional. The touch of my fingertip has become too rough. Instruction materials is level and this requires fibers too brittle. All 5 would be most effective for the task. Investment. The materials auburn fur. Instruction manual did not say the products of happenstance to be used from such as the blood will be removed. Perhaps the veracity of the instructions is to be doubted and reviewed. Not seem to agree with what's conveyed by the instruction manual, because what is more fave than the crimson that's so on the brownish pelt out of the wild hound that just torn apart its prey's jugular? Yet, how much faith can one put in what their gaze has beheld? There is no ephemeral method by which the perception can be partially confirmed, then judgment will be reserved. My ability to patch the performance of the trivial bag before complete loss of blood is limited by my inefficient skills, which means that more of the ingredient must be gathered. Qualities have met standards. What sponges and marrows have been field tested and proven. When the starter cord is pulled, it is highly functional. Ugh. The artwork's inner linings is a subcultural pattern been rearranged for comfortable fit when equipped over an arm, and beneath the developing furs an enclosure made from minimize damage in the teaser. The short series of B minuses which my form assessment. However, I have been unable to address the feedback that my work lacked punch, which is an evaluation that has little to do with the artwork's functionalities. Just what am I supposed to? Injection needles inside the helmet have been activated. The paint enters my bloodstream, reinforcing connection between me and my work. In modified materials, these firmly wrap around my hand, allowing me to wield the tools as if it were a part of me. Even as dozens of assailants present harvesting around me. However, this image is that it instills excitability in the user. Impulsivity. A rat. And if only I could paint them over with my brush. Wouldn't that too make for a fine piece of art? What a shame. Brother. Following the instruction manual to a fucking T. I don't need to uptie him again because he's not fighting. He will provide the support. What's your passive? Maybe you will be helpful? I don't know, maybe... We'll see. We'll see what support we can get a hold of for this fight. Yeah, we're kind of out, boss.
전시 준비는 완벽하답니다.
이떨
소재가 좀
내 작.
드디어 내 차례냐?
곧 작전 시작이군. 그러니 다들
검은 가라덧 나를 점찍어. 책임은
There.
모두 내가 진다.
이거 참 설레는.
Yeah, we got a few under-leveled, but after leaving Ryan's quarters, we explored the Index's corridor for a while. I didn't find anything that could help piece Ryoshi's memories back together. Wait, now that just leaves the Pinky Nurse Father's corridor. But that room didn't have any back doors. There were countless more in the adjacent corridor, but Art died each and every one of them right away. Which means our work here is done. Thank you for your assistance, Dante. Okay, glad we could help. Dante replies they are happy to have been assistance. Well then, it's been a pleasure. After a brief run ahead, Chase Allen returns to forward base. We probably should have done the same, but want to take a look around here anyways? Sure. As we had more business here than simply checking doors, we decided to take a little longer to investigate the Pinky door. The Pinky Nurse Father's room had a particular structure. Each door we opened led to an identical room, identical in shape to the previous one. Even though I was certain we traversed through quite a few rooms, we somehow found ourselves back to the starting point. There's some small design differences between each room to help tell them apart, but it's difficult to tell which is which unless we look really hard at every detail. Where are we now? The kitchen? How do you know that? I've been here before. Someone dosed me after promising to watch Face Artlets together, so I thought I'd come visit. It's someone you'll have to meet too, I think. It was, must have been another one of the ones who was severed by Arayashiki. Damn, you might be right. His name was Rin, the Pinky Apprentice. I tick-tock, but no one here could really have seemed to have anything to say to that. I suppose it only makes sense that all his existence registered to no one here but me. So when you said back at Cave Corp that you'd cooked before, you were talking about this, huh? Yep. I used to perform intense culinary artistry here. Your stabard's shaking. The reviews were glowing. One of them was Y-U-M, meaning, yeah, unbelievably mouth-watering. The stabard Arya was definitely shaking from side to side in a valiant effort to deny Ryoshu's claim. Must have been pretty damn bad. I'm having a hard time believing her, if you ask me. What do you usually make? Boxed lunch. Boxed lunch that kids might bring to grade school, with sausages cut like octopuses and tamagoyaki. It's simple to be intense culinary artistry, don't you think? IF. Didn't you know? There's nothing like a stool lunchbox rivalry. So I want octopus sausages, tamagoyaki, and why are we making sausages out of octopus? No. I mean sausages cut into octopuses. And why are we cutting sausages into octopus shapes? 'Cause it's adorbs. That's why. Something like this? That looks fucked up. What's that? Sausage turned into an octopus shape. Did I miss a single suction cup? Come on, I didn't mean like a real life octopus. It's ought to be adorbs, okay? Isn't it all SD once it goes down the gullet? Why is it so important? But mommy, there's nothing like a stool lunchbox rivalry. Fucking the adorable ITU. Huh? You're doing your acronyms again, aren't you? It means I don't understand. That's where you say IDK, mom. SMH! And that must have been some of the happiest memories Ryoshu and Arya shared. Sinners me aren't even a stabber to imagine or recall them in full. But for Ryoshu, the most important part of those memories remains sliced away. Still, if we can continue to piece more and more of the memories together by going over these places. Do you want to check out what's upstairs too? As soon as I asked over, the sinner's footsteps came to a simultaneous stop. Wait. Hang on, Clockhead. Don't open the door just yet. I looked back and found Kira and Heathcliff poised to fight, hands on their weapons. This way, manager, and Mayor Salt, who realized what that indicated, yanked me to the back of the line, and in mere moments. So there was someone guiding those whelps. Figured they had sent more than fodder to the House of Spiders. Stinks of wet dog. The claws of a massive paw slashed through where we had just been standing. Wolf mask? It really is, as the Maestro Emile Manon said, this place is already occupied. You ought to be kind to help me with directions. Is this where Master Callisto's art is located? The question came from a woman who appeared from one of the doors that led to different corridor. She was wearing a wolf mask, and unlike the fathers we touted so far, she seemed to make a point to speak and act with decorum. But the subtle hint of violence in her voice quickly betrayed this air of civility. Sure, you're at the right address, lady? Robo-unk stuff ain't in this part of the house. Find a different corridor. Yes, I am aware. But I'm not here looking for its creations, what are easily mistaken for mass-produced garbage. I could feel her intense gaze even though her face was obscured by the mask. God damn. There was no doubt her eyes were bearing down on Ryoshu. Suddenly I was reminded of what Ryan said moments before he fled through the corridor. We let them observe us too freely. What does that? The Falvis thought to confirm a lot of important intel, including the fact that the House of Spiders has fallen, and that Ryoshu currently has possession of Arayashiki. They want Ryoshu for themselves, whether she's complete or not, Ryoshu as she is now. Isn't that intriguing for once? My name is Rufo. Awuga? Awuga? Oshihide, the blade coveted by the five fingers, Master Callisto's final and posthumous masterpiece. As a docent of Falvism, please allow me the honor of escorting you to our gallery. No, I want to. Don't see the point in hanging out with people in those unaesthetic A.M. As expected, Ryoshu declined Rufo's request with a curt reply. And Arya too rattled angrily in the docent's general direction. Then I'm afraid my only remaining option is to rely on our usual method of ushering. She's hot. Alright, I will say it, they're fucking huge. Too bad she's probably gonna die. Now her odds. I don't know, she's probably tougher than me at my maxed out stats. Really? The shape of her ring suggests that she's a docent of the school of Fauvism. Her position is comparable to that of the topo of the thumb, or a big sibling of the middle. I see. Verily, that make her a foe who may even surpass Ricardo's might, or, with a stroke of ill fortune, even Li Hang. Doubt she's anywhere near as strong as Li Hang. Our chances are H-O-H-O-M. Half or more? Half or more. I like those odds. Half or more. Dude, really? Outmodded has-been. Why seek out the art of has-been after all this time? It was a decision with much confusion from the outset. To entrust such a monument's project to the hands of such as Callisto? Why, everyone agrees that there's no less foolish audacity of pearl before swine. And they were quite on point with that aspect. His over recovered from the house were more tools than art. The sort of lights a workshop misers might assemble. No self-respecting maestro would create such mundanities and call them art. So is that why they don't like Callisto? Because outdated art, and also he made weapons more than art? Now I must ask you for your forgiveness for presuming that you would be no different from the rest of his work. What I observed above this room completely changed my perspective. The scorched corridor, the fervity in which you starred the walls and the floor as though a frenzied beast had torn through them. There is but one tool that could possibly have left such marks behind. At least you've got a passable eye for art. Yoshide, I asked you, have you ever considered pursuing art of further elevated beauty? You'll be experienced that the parts from the dilapidated remains that dubs itself corporism, a movement so constrained by its conception over the human corpus that once it is depleted all meaning at the offer, it begins piling on empty definitions onto itself. Fauvism is a movement that has broken from the traditional mold, unfettered like a beast that roams free. We dare ourselves at questions that challenge the mind. What is man? What are things? What does it mean to trace the origin? How do we define what we call le fauve? These are subject matters that led the Fauvism to the field of fertile creativity. Should you wield the relic into the fold of our movement, it will layer your work with such unrelenting spectrum of colors that it will be destined to leave an unforgettable impression in the annals of history. In other words, what we can offer you will be much greater worth than that you may learn from a teacher like Callisto. Never considered him my teacher, not a real one in history. Finding beauty among the carnage of blood and flesh is a lesson I learned on my own. And yes, I know enough about your movement. Maybe I considered some of the works created by your school acceptable, at least among the rings art, or not, I can't remember. Then will you... I don't know. I don't know what makes your art more elevated than the one I pursue. The one you pursue? Didn't the sight you claim to have seen clue you in? Oh, it did. I do understand. Your art may appear to be more than unchecked chaos at a glance, but upon closer observation it reveals a fierce, dominant force that once threads the entire scene together with its keenness at the connecting suture. Your blade work too shows much multi-layeredness. Mere keenness often entails mundanity, and you've considered such limit by scorching the tail end of each slash, truly a unique aesthetic sense. I believe I've sufficiently understood the full extent of the art style imbued in that scene. No, you didn't. Lesser painters like you are such mediocrities that they fail to recognize the beauty that lies in the grotesque. They do little beyond painting the hell reflected in their eyes and call that shallowness hell's beauty. The sorrow condensed into a cry held in an instant, wrath unbound from the yoke of reason, the faded gleam of despair in the hue. You give no thought to what each of those emotions signifies. Instead of obsessing over cursory qualities what it is beheld, let me teach you otherwise. Pay attention, because I won't afford you another long-winded lesson. Roshu readied her stabber. Pointless Fauvism, supremacists, blue raiders, cubists. I visited my share of the Rings galleries, heard their commentaries, but none of them were to my liking. Your art is an overcomplicated pile of definitions buried under symbols taped in patchworks of empty shells. You and your art both talk too damn much. Hello. What node are you? Oh, someone, Angela. We got other fights. We'll get back to the library. There was none. Excess is easy. Anyone can do it. What's beyond most is making it suck it. The art of abbreviation. Help. Oh, you'll be fine. Just don't put on the mask. Wait a second. Oh, wait. Is that an option? Don't put on the white mask. Don't put that one on. Dies. Imagine dying. Silo, why did they give Rufo massive boobs? Because we gotta. Because sometimes the artists are right, and the artists deserve their free reign. There remains the absence. Fair enough. Too bad. I'm guessing she's probably gonna die. Glory to Project Moon. Glory to Project Moon. Glory to the director. Making the void left behind completely bereft of meaning. No, the void is what remains. And it holds things that can't be found anywhere else. They gotta give a character for someone to be down bad for. Yeah. May the Rule 34 artists complete their duties. That's why they gave Radia her ID. She was the only one with the cup size that matched. And it holds things that can't be found anywhere else. What is this? A minimalist manifesto? No, my aesthetic goes beyond the pursuit of simplicity. I pursue the natural germination of artistic immaculity, a state of perfection where further abbreviation is an impossibility. Sangria. A bit abstract, isn't it? Too removed, too plain, with a distinct lack of any meaningful, striking qualities. What exactly is it that elevates your art above that of Fauvism? Painters. We're the stubborn sort that words can't convince. Indeed, there's no discipline more suggestive than that of art. Glowing blue eyes, you know, she's not the good colors. Disconcerting it. But it will not change the fact that unseen arts are meaningless, pretentious illusions at the end of the day. And I suppose I'll have to carve it right into your eyes. Please do, I'm afraid it may be overshadowed by the sheer vibrancy of my aesthetics. I, a docent of Lefauvism, shall personally welcome you to my critique session. Fucking shoving the kitchen knife into the damn table.
도시에선 저런 형태로 사람을 강화하기도 하나 봐.
All right, let's see your nonsense. Level 66. Okay, our students are gonna take hits for her. If they die, they just get refilled, so I just need to not kill. I don't really need to care about killing them. Oh, wait, lore. Intrinsic in the outward appearance of each animal is the same purpose, and we let the ones who awaken and express we call wild beasts among them. Need a new pattern. Alright. I almost forgot that we are not dealing with the nonsense. This fight is fucking fantastic. Oh boy, alright. Kira is favored, so Kira can flash that. Struggling. Don't like that. Yeah, just thug it out, my man.
어디에서도 볼 수 없을 색채로
뒤는 내가 봐주지.
I should have put that extra attack on her. Oh well.
어중간한
이런 예술은
Can't win the cross counter, can you, Furry?
저 개체는 오래 버티진 못하겠군요.
관리자가 상황에 맞는
Kira?
효과적인 공격 수단을 택했으니 당연한 결과일 테지.
Heathcliff?
아이씨, 짜증나게.
You're lucky that was red. You had those red coins, lad. The violets will continue.
임파스터.
이쪽으로 와.
Oh.
내가 안전하게 지켜줄
Alright.
테니까.
Kira, who are you clashing now? You are clashing favored. Alright. Yes, deal with that one. Yeah, hopeless, struggling. Wait, that was your still one. Do that. All right. Do that. She has a lot of protection. Okay. Where do you get it? Who gives you? I don't know. Okay. So just kinda make me. Maybe.
해고 감독. 증폭.
마지막으로
Curiouser.
우와, 지금 완전 삼촌들이랑 공호대 같았어. 아이씨, 짜증나게.
We definitely want to kill him. The ring fight shall continue. Come on, Kira.
남았어도 이 정도쯤은.
You exist the body block for us. Really, Gregor? Huh? Ha! I don't. Oh, target fixed. This is gonna be a bad fucking time, is what I fucking feel like it. Jesus Christ. I think defending up might be a good call if you're not winning. You need to win a clash, buddy.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
Rude.
아듀.
피해 산출값이 예상 범위를 벗어났는데요.
적절한 기계 지표가 있는지 모르겠군. 유사 실험 기록이 있다면 바로 전송해주게.
You dodged. You dodged, idiot.
여기까지 와서
Alright.
망설일 생각은 하지 않았으면 좋겠어. 사람을 죽이고 싶지 않았다면 너희도 세피라들도
Yeah, maybe
처음부터 거래를 하지 말았어야지.
maybe I should have reconsidered the loadouts of this stuff. All right. Kira's dealing with that. You guys deal with them. Alright. Do that. I feel like my ego choices probably haven't been the best for this fight. Of course, I can always just, you know, go with a different team. But then I wouldn't maximize my gains of, you know, equipment. I can't wait to grind out these fucking boss fights. They get all the event stuff. That'll be so much fun.
40. 먹지.
신입 연구원들도 저분들처럼만 해주시면 좋을 텐데.
불가능한 꿈이죠. 한성체와 디플린 모두 외워야 할 관리법 같은 난 많잖아요.
합격장. 잘 보이는군. 내가 구해야 할 자가 누구인지.
너희가 걸어야 할 수라의 길은 여전히 그 끝이 보이지 않는 만큼 멀고 또 멀고.
Kick his ass. Oh, that's not great. Who messaged me? Okay. That was certainly a message.
해고 감독 증파.
All your shit talking about Callisto is about to come through. He's crashing out now.
퇴장 시간이 되었답니다. 그럼 안녕히.
항상 저희
난
영감을
너희가
일깨워
좀더
주실
어설플 거라고 생각했거든.
짜증나게.
Your baby slap. God, the fact that they're pulling the fucking tendons to rev it like an engine is just so fucked. that one is just like, Get debuffed, idiot.
둘. 지면이 울릴 때마다 네 업을 떠올려라.
바이올렛 브레이크 슬랩.
She's saying,
어릴 땐 몰랐어.
alright, alright, alright.
삼촌들이랑 말도 못 섞게 했는지. 그 외부 강사들 손가락 안에서도 내로라 하는 실력자들이었을 거야. 너희가 보여준 혹은 더 대단한 기술을 매번 엄마에게 가르쳐줬거든.
What if we, we could use a little bit of healing. What if we ego spam? What if we ego spam? All right. Wait, do I not have? Oh, I don't have his fucking thing equipped. I don't have the Art Knight's fucking ego equipped on Raider on this fucking team. Oops. Ah well.
새삼스럽지만 꽤 괜찮네.
아이,
제법이야.
짜증나게.
She's almost staggered. Domain expansion. Mental illness activate. Cat girl, go.
스스로 답을 구하시게.
Yep, she got staggered.
한눈 팔지 마세요. 메말은 당신에게.
Perfect for title. We got damage dated. You are worthy of the privilege to behold my needlework. Ew. Oh, man, I really don't like my fucking egos being damage dated. I hate that. Rude, rude, rude. We weren't fucking done. I was like, you know,
감상은
Get her.
어떤가요?
아이, 짜증나게.
yeah, maybe I should read what changed with her. But then, but you know, reading is for chumps. Ow. No, that's not good. Now that hit hard. Avenger with the silly hammer.
보여드려야겠군요. 왜냐면 예술을.
I'm getting rid of my weighted armor. Struggling. Okay. Still struggling. Okay, then that one's not really great for clashing. Like, Gregor, how do you feel about clashing? Pretty good. Suddenly one day, my goat. Okay, do this.
어디에서도 볼 수 없을 색채로.
아이, 짜증나게.
어중간한 예술은 물어뜯어 고칠 수밖에.
The sinners are getting stronger as a team.
제가 보는 눈이 부족해.
Damn, that was bad. I spoke too soon. I shouldn't have said anything. All right.
둘. 지면이 울릴 때마다 네 업을 떠올려라.
You know, my bad. I shouldn't have said fucking anything. All right. He lost the clash.
관람객
Suddenly one day my fraud. Oh, fuck. Okay, it's time for Raging Demon. Oh, this is gonna be bad. What do we got? What do we got? We don't have any like skill 3s, which 15 plus 9. Oh yeah, 14 plus 14. You know, this is our best shot. Greg Miser, you gotta do it, boss, or we're toast. Jesus.
해고 감흥도 증폭.
He
여기까지인가 보군.
당신이었군요.
내가 공들였기면 애장품.
okay, a lot of staggers. One death. Kira? Kira!
너희의 시간은 사라지지 않겠지.
Hex nail for some healing. Oh wait a minute. Yeah, more people will die this turn. Faust.
아이씨, 짜증나게. 자, 테디.
It's not over.
보는 거야. 짜잔.
Even if Gregor fumbled it. Kira. God forbid somebody, oh, there goes Kira.
끝이야. 나쁘지 않고.
보이지도 잡히지도
Okay,
않겠지만
team is up.
그 사슬로 이어져
Need to start
있는
consuming some
너희의
good old
시간은
fashioned blood
사라지지
feast.
않겠지.
Oh. What do we got? Hopeless. Hopeless. Struggling. Struggling. Hopeless. Hopeless. Okay. Oh. Okay. Good luck.
점 찍었네.
I'm just like, I want to win. We gotta win. My glorious sinners are not doing a fantastic job.
꿰뚫려라.
Oh.
여행에는 목적이 있었지.
I mean, we won the clash, so we're not dying horrifically as much. Brother.
임팩트.
Brother.
해소해준 보람이 있네.
Brother, please.
지금처럼 접대를 성공적으로 이끌다 보면 앞으로 더 많은
Does
층을
not
더
trigger defense deal, so you know
보조
it
사슬을
can't even dart up to reduce damage, which is really cool. I'm trying. She killed everyone last time. 'Cause Gregor fucked it up. Hopeless. Do I have anything that can flash good enough? Sanguine Desire? Sanguine Desire is our only hope from the looks of it. Please? Please! Please! I'm
아름다운 춤을 추는 건 나뿐이어야 해. 그러니 네 발목을 잘라버리면
still hurt.
자신만만하게 달려가더니 근자감이었던 거야?
Oh my god. Please?
점 찍었네.
We kinda lost our really heavy hitter dudes. We're not in a good spot. I don't think we're winning this one. Fucking kidding me.
이번 소재는 거기보다 사납네.
We're running out of sinners.
저 로신한테 꿈에 닿을 때까지 몇 번이고!
작품을 만들다 죽을 때
조용히 잘못 구했고
이상 저
We are being reduced. God, it's not good. Faust, you have to be the hero, Faust. Save Ryoshu. Try to save Ryoshu. Eat it, Heathcliff.
영감이 떠올랐어요.
Faust is the only one who can really fight.
저의 뼈로 틈을 잡고 저의 살로 채워넣는 외면의 예술.
We would have been doing a lot better if we did get fucking damage gated. As I have said realizing before, shit's fucked.
저의 뼈로 틈을 잡고 저의 살로 채워넣는 외면의 예술.
Yeah. Yeah, it is. Faust is dead. Heathcliff will probably be joining the dead soon. Wait, where's Shira? Oh, she fucking lost earlier, so you know. Come on, if someone's crashing out, at least let me use them. Fuck it.
어디에서도 볼 수 없을 색채로.
항상 지켜보고 있었지.
It's over. It's so over. She ran out of health, so she vamoosed.
붙일 생각 없었는데 네가 말했던
팀장님, 슬슬 다음
Heathcliff! You can win! We believe in you!
벌리자.
Oh, shit's fucked. Shit's fucked, mate. You can do it, Heathcliff. He's a... Shame that it doesn't matter! I don't want to fucking spin Lunacy, you rat. Yeah, I would win, but I ain't fucking spinning Lunacy on that shit. Fuck off.
난도가 너무 높았던 게
I ain't no coward.
조금 내리는 편이.
I would guaranteedly fucking win if I did, but I ain't no fucking coward.
너를 내릴 필요는 없겠지. 쉬었다가 다시 해보게.
숨이 먹기 전에.
Yeah, we lost.
당신의
Well, it's fine. We almost won, and that's what really matters. 'Cause that means we can win this time, and we're gonna fix the team. Reset order.
시연회의 일정이 잡혔습니까?
Okay, so no Favist this time. You're not gonna be on the team. You're fucking useless. Alright, we're bringing the B-man. Now, with what tickets? I'll level the ones I can. I mean, I use these ones enough. They need to be leveled up. That's a tomfoolery. You don't need all them levels, all right? You don't need all of them. Not everyone though. We don't have enough. We're too poor. Let's see. We're gonna bring out all the stops, so we're gonna make it a bit better. I think we can keep Ring Otis. Let's see, who do we want here? High Shoe or Thumb Boy? We're gonna go with Thumb Boy because the variety is good. We're also gonna dump out you, and we're gonna bring you. Because the more debuffs on her, the better. I think you're fine, Dredger. Egos. We need to fix egos.
작전 시작이군.
Get your shit on, Dredger.
내 시야에서 벗어나지 마.
Go through. Actually equip our goods. We'll do Harmony. I think Fluid Sac will be better. You equip your shits. Yearning, that one should stay. Wait. Give me that one. Regret. Hand it over. Everything, every option. Even if I really can't use them. No, title eulogy. Alright. This will fucking do. Alright. Wait, no, edit writers. I did. Alright, good. You.
소재가 준비됐어?
You and you.
내 차례냐?
You.
녹슨
And then you two.
총에 날카롭지 않은 화살초.
We'll have Ryder come in as backup first, then you.
자리에서 대기하겠습니다.
책임은 나를
Then
점찍어.
this will be the team.
격에 맞는 조언도 함께 전원 집합. 이번 작품에 대해 논의할 시간이다.
Because this will let me make sure I have sinking, plenty of bleed, some trimmer, some burn, multiple things to slap on this biatch. Alright? We cannot let this furry go unopposed.
도시에선 저런 형태로 사람을 강화하기도 하나 봐.
Do this, this.
점 찍었니?
나가서 싸워. 뒤는 내가 봐주지.
This team,
새삼스럽지만
far better,
괜찮네.
far more well equipped for the real business here, alright?
여기 비었잖아.
신입 연구원들도 저분들처럼만 해주시면 좋을 텐데.
And also preferably keeping Kira alive for as long as possible.
틀린 모두 외워야 할 관리법과 구성이 맞죠.
합격장.
대상 확인, 철침탄, 트랜지션, 확산탄, 임상시험 성공.
Bang bang.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
Yeah, pathetic. Rude.
우리 식구를 건드렸겠다.
어중간한 연민이 이런 불필요한 고통을 가져오는 거야. 목숨을 거두려 했다면 머리를 베었어야지.
Do that. Do this. Do that.
갑니다.
Staggered. Shoot him. I love that part of her case is like, oh, they got staggered, shoot him in the balls.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
Thank goodness she's resistant to fucking slash. Very helpful. Oh,
탕.
enjoy some nice trimmer and sinking.
이중격발.
Oh, you want to be a bunch of animals? Here's my big game hunter, Merceau.
만 남았어도 이 정도쯤은.
공포에 사로잡혀 바닥을 기는 모습은 어디서나 별건 차이가 없네.
Helpless. Oh, does she have the thing on her that makes it more dangerous? Well, in that case, dodge. Yeah, we'll have you dodge too. Dodge. Dodge fine is fine.
사고될 시간이다. 잔 후에.
I don't want your critiques.
소주는 필요 없지.
This is a good primary art school.
흙을 마실까?
Wait.
이제야 완성되었나?
I think something's wrong here. I thought I read that it doesn't inflict sinking if she loses the clash. What the fuck is that I'm looking at? You know, I'm seeing that sinking count go up.
써야 할 때가 왔군.
Have we got a do we have a glitched boss here?
사람을 죽이고 싶지 않았다면 너희도 세피라도
Flash lose.
처음부터 거래를
Damage
하지
from this
말았어야지.
on hit does not trigger sinking effects on the target. Okay, it doesn't trigger sinking effects. Okay, that's different. Why is it different? Just fuck you. Okay, this die is on a bit unopposed. So let's kill him.
필중 의지만 있다면
Let's rip his balls off. Bang bang.
먹지.
매뉴얼을 만들어두길 잘했네. 그렇게만 해.
Yo, my painter man.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
Violet breaking slam.
바이올렛 브레이크 슬램.
너희가 걸어야 할 수라의 길은 여전히 그 끝이 보이지 않을 만큼 멀고 또 멀군.
Neutral, favored, domineering. Do that. Yes, I want 2 attacks on him to maybe kill him. Begin. I wanted to really take the shots, and you know what? Who are we to disagree?
훌륭한 단말이네요.
We need you to run out of people to body block for you.
파우스트, 신체 파의
파우스트?
예술을 보여줄 시간이란다.
Alright, Fausty, it's her lovely little buff to beat her up with.
태어난 곳으로 돌아가라.
Then activate Magnificent End. Alright, you gotta do your bullshit.
살고자 하는 모든 것들과 함께 무덤으로
Get more
돌아가라.
trimmer and
보여드려야겠군요.
자세히
nonsense
틀림을
on you.
예술을.
Oh, we're doing this one now, huh? Oh, would you look at that? I think we're winning. He's going to get killed by AoEs, it's fine.
이중 격발. 조준은
Would you hear that? It sounded glorious.
한 횟수.
Stop critiquing my lads. Damage dates in a hit.
항상
Yep.
저희 영감을 일깨워 주시는군요.
그중 제일 뛰어난 게 검이었고.
Putting on the rest of your fursuit, it's not gonna save you this time. We have prepared for that measure. Hey, just dodge it.
갑니다.
We're not handicapped this time for the benefits of slightly more virtual turrency.
임상 시험 성공.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
Okay, thank goodness he didn't get fucking staggered. Oh yeah, we're doing way better this time. Then again, I say that every time before shit goes south. We still haven't gotten hit by the ultimate attack yet.
써야 할 때가 왔군.
세피라들도 결국 내
Alright.
편에 설 수밖에 없을 거야. 나도 그들도 모두 빛의 눈이 멀어버렸거든.
I'm gonna title eulogy you. I feel like we do need a little healing, so we're gonna hit her with that one. So this should be good. Get her with you know, the mare soap.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
So rude. So rude to hit such a fantastic artist.
내가 너를 위해 기도할 것이니 넌 반드시 부서진다.
Title eulogy, my beloved.
한눈 팔지 마세요. 내 말은 당신에게
파도는 반드시 밀려올 테니.
Rude. Rude, rude, rude.
수치 좋네요. 예상했던 대로
Alright.
무난하게 끝날 것 같아요.
Okay.
뭐 지금까지 겪어온 사건을 고려하면 이런 기초적인 테스트에서 난항을 겪는 것도 이상할 테지.
I do want to see struggling. And you. Alright. Let's see. What would be a good clashing one? Fluid sack. Fluid sack has a chance. It's only neutral though. Prescience. Good clashing. Good clashing. And everyone else, I'm just gonna like try to use the defense abilities to see if it'll help at all. I doubt it will, but I will fucking try. So, you gotta be the hero. He's the hero.
내가 너를 위해 기도할 것이니 넌 반드시 부서진다.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
Yeah, they didn't dodge anything, but maybe it helped. It probably helped. Probably. Struggling. Take the neutral. Unopposed. Dominating. Are those both targeting her? And they both are. Unfortunate, but she has plenty of health. She's fragile. She will hit a lot. It'll be fine-ish. Do that.
나가서 싸워.
신체파의 예술을 보여줄 시간이랍니다.
I do like how he gives the fucking buff. How Faust hits the buff. Wait a second.
저의 살로 채워놓은 외면의 예술.
You know, there's like a lot of like Faust Hong Lu combo teams. I'm gonna be real. Well, not a lot, but you know, the two very notable ones in recent times. You know, I feel like they're building up to something in the future. Maybe the secret to Faust trauma will be resolved by Hong Lu. She's almost dead. Yeah, I could have like kicked here a clash. I probably should have done that, but I didn't. Oh, she got paralyzed. Ryoshu finished the job. Yes. Yes. Victory over the Furry. Victory is ours. We've been saved.
약지에 감긴 세 바퀴의 반지는 마에스트로가 되기 위해 인정받은 세 가지 작품을 뜻하죠. 비록 지금 제 작품이 만인의 신분을 올리지는 못하더라도
They did the greatest service for the crown.
부럽지 않은 작품을 선보이고 있는 것 같네요.
Good memories. Ah. See, you're already looking much better with those superfluous animal parts removed. You're serious about founding your own movement? I already answered that. You'll need time, under the Fava's wing at least, until you can fully cultivate your movement, perhaps. I don't suppose words have any meaning now. The docent raised her giant arm as though to strike us in her final act of defiance, and slammed it down on the door we entered through instead. All I can do is buy time for. Mid-sentence, the docent suddenly went limp, like a marionette whose strings were cut. Dead. And here I thought at least her last words were going to be suck it. Gotta make well, you gotta make the baddies die. Why must you keep doing this, Project Moon? You make all the good-looking girls die. Keep dying. Save a few. And thus... Well, I mean, they do save some. But more should live. Thus, we are made foes of yet another finger, the ring. That's not doom and gloom already, fellas. We beat an officer of the fingers all on our own for the first time, didn't we? I see this is a pretty defiant, definite win. All on your own, huh? Come on, bro, I was fighting my ass off there! Here. Herr Dreger has a point. The outcome of this battle would not have changed by a significant margin even if you had not been here, Kira. This is more like it. We'll have to freak out over a mere BB anymore as long as we're with Flock. Yeah, we finally won on our fucking own. Don't start congratulating yourselves for achieving the bare minimum. Those who celebrate you over so small an occasion don't deserve to stand beside the executive Well, I guess this isn't impressive at all to the people who used to be much stronger like Otis or Don Quixote. Pray thee, speak not such folly, for the joy of my compatriots is mine own. I mean, an inkling as to why she might have, in her final moments, elected to demolish the door. Right? It's not like we're a shortage of doors in here. Are we really debating the logical thought processes of someone who was 2 seconds away from dropping dead? Come on, let's get out of here so we can bring everyone else up to date. Did I just leave this room? Ishmael walked through the door we've entered through and appeared from behind us. Oh shit, where'd the exit go? Don't tell me the exit changes every time someone walks through it. No, can't be that easy. I am barred from enjoying the fresh air of the world outside. No longer free to travel the mountains and the cliffs as my feet would carry me as other members of the Pinky are. I wish. No veil I should be allowed to weave the delineation of wings and pack streets. So this is what she meant. The back door through which we traverse is a passage to the corridor of the one called the Index Nurse Father. Across the broken door we might, however, avails us but a brief jaunt to the Pinky Nurse Father's azure corridor before our furs return us to this room. Room's now locked in a loop without a starting point. No matter which door we open. Is there anything we can do? A rescue team will arrive in time. At this location adheres to the regular flow of time. Unlike the warp trains, it will be approximately between a week or two from the present before we can return. That's a pretty long... Well, the first problem we're going to have to deal with is food. As far as I'm aware, we should have good dough for at least 3 days. Thanks, Radia. So, thanks, Radia. What? I didn't bring any snacks. It's just like... Radia didn't wasn't packed with snacks. It's not like we were about to walk into one of those Eltor branches or dungeons, so... Yeah, it makes sense. Looks like we're going to have to give this room a thorough search then. No need. If there's no exit, we could open our own. What part about where it cuts in your memories to you? Done with that deal yet? No, the sword, it still leaves my memories of every slash. Don't know what memory will slice away this time. Will be something recent. Or one I hold dear. Wait, don't be so bloody rash about it! Other than me, no one but Heathcliff still remembers the person he holds loving in the depths of his heart. Ever since the day of the Sepia Tempest, memory took on a special precious meaning to Heathcliff. Heathcliff suddenly reached out and grabbed Ryoshu's arm. Though Ryoshu and Heathcliff's circumstances were undoubtedly different from each other, it was clear that Ryoshu's reckless attitude towards sacrificing her own memories triggered a sort of anxiety in Heathcliff. What? Didn't you hear that? Them nerds will be here in a week or two to get us out. Why don't we just keep that sword nicely in that scabbard and wait it out? The radio doesn't work. What if we went up to the rooftop and entered one of the doors up there? There are thousands of them. Out of the question. By doing so, we'll be putting ourselves at a greater risk, that of casting ourselves into the endless maze that is the corridor. Okay, but we're dead meat if that brick wall of a maestro wanders in this room. That wolf lady's last words, man. Seeing the flags. It's a hella risky move, yeah. I think Yoshihide and her OP sword is our best bet. Okay, what if we got lucky and they find us in a day or two? Right? Quit freaking out, HC. It'll only be forgotten, not lost. Well, good memories don't tend to last very long. Been a fun excursion, clock. I looked toward the scabbard, expecting it to rattle violently as it did earlier, but it remains still. The white blade soon reveals itself and cuts across the wall where the door used to be. Naturally. The Ariashi's blade cleave to the wall, so does it does its Ryoshu's memory. Ah, we were really getting somewhere. The thin strands of Arya's image, which had begun to coalesce, slowly unveil and fall apart once more. Damn it! Yeah, we weren't undoing that so quickly. Even still, Arya released the blade without hesitation. But it's okay. We'll try again, so... Conveying no resentment, no hatred, but a few words of consolation. Don't feel too bad. As her voice faded into the gentle dark with Ryoshu's memories. Damn. Damn. This is we are making progress. Damn. The next destination. I'm guessing this is the last chapter. Where are we going to next? Oh wait, Incorp. We already know. It's Mayor So-san. Ah, welcome back. Question. What exactly was the point of verifying every back door within the House of Spiders? Oh, Hohenheim didn't fill you in. Any information regarding these doors holds an enormous value for us, not to mention the higher ups requesting us to reorganize the House of Spiders into a base of operations as soon as possible, and if we had to rush our work a little. They're turning into an airport. Only speculating here, but I'm quite convinced that they're preparing for a conflict of sorts. These little pockets of absolute safety are extremely valuable during these operations, as you already know. Wait, stop right there. What conflict? What operation? Are you saying that your bosses are preparing for a war or something? I feel like there isn't enough alarm in his voice considering what he's saying. Preparing for what? Not even trying to hide anymore, huh? Did I say something wrong? Must you ask to know? Ah, I thought everyone already knew. I mean, it's an open secret at this point. L Corp has already fallen. W Corp is teetering on the brink of collapse. You call us the aspirant W Corp, we call Limbus Company the aspirant L Corp, meaning we have a shared goal. But unlike the dead and gone L Corp, the current W Corp is still kicking despite its rapid decline in recent years. As we all know, companies in the cities aren't worth much unless they got the military force to back them, right? It's only natural that a business conflict would lead to a physical one as well. This is just a mere team leader speaking though. Who knows what the higher ups in our companies are thinking. Either way, much fruitful cooperation was had today. This will reflect pretty well on our performance metrics, and we didn't even suffer that many losses. I can safely say that you should expect a positive review from us regarding this collaboration. After saying our farewells to Alan, we return to our forward base and shared with Hohenheim everything that's happened so far. Hohenheim and Faust both did not seem willing to discuss the subject of the looming conflict. So we instead decided to have Ryoshu, memory, and sword re-examined. Oh wait, Hohenheim, results out yet? Not yet, assistant. I clearly remember telling you 3 minutes ago that it would take about 20 more minutes. Have you forgotten already? Talks too much. I know she sounded irritated. She stole to Heathcliff. I can sense a defiant undertone of anxiety from the way she keeps puffing her cigarette to a stub at increasingly shorter intervals. This room might be more smoke than oxygen at this point. Mind slowing down a tad? You're practically fumigating the room with cigarette smoke. Then speed up glasses. Gonna bounce as soon as I hear the results. Both of you need to learn to respect that things that take time. Yes, time is indeed relative, but the fact that I have managed to complete an in-depth analysis of an item of such mystery in a single day is an incredibly fast turnaround, and therefore deserves your appreciation. I have been attempting to rein in the more self-indulgent part of myself as of late, but I believe this achievement deserves to be elaborated upon. It is an evident truth that such a result could not have been replicated had it not been for my genius brain. Go out to the hallways, grab any passing researcher, and tell them about my incredible turnaround time, and you will hear them say, wow, done already? And to that I will answer, STFU. Evidently tired of the two sitters alternating turns hounding him for results 09 scene to speed up the analysis, and managed to hit the finish line much earlier than 20 minutes. Well, done already? Yes, there are times where test results are extracted earlier than the predicted time frame. Many of those instances are easily attributed to my genius at work. Why aren't you saying anything? Give me the TR now. You did tell me to shut the fuck up, so I'm intending to observe the exact merits of doing precisely that. You think Yoshihide would ever use a known acronym straight? What if it's something like, sheesh, that's a full day unwind after work though? And your verdict on her interpretation? That is exactly what I meant. She's better than MTL in some ways. How she lies as she breathes. How she lies. At that moment, I might have caught a glimpse of the Stafford rattling slightly atop the examination device, almost as though it were giggling. Very well, then I'll get into it. First, the memory of the time she was complimented for cooking has been erased. Huh? That's it? Hardly. Second, a name that has been erased from her memory. Do you recall the name of the man who works with manager Sod? Effie? I would have asked in the past tense had it been him who I was referring to. Glad Miss Sod wasn't here for that. That kid, right? I don't remember his name. She forgot Pilot's name? That she did. Among other minuscule deleted memories are 172 hours of Don Quixote's tales of adventures and the types of food she fed to a seagull. Feed upon it, dost thou say that the memories most precious to young Ryoshu and me have been thrown into utter destruction? You're filling... Look, Donkey, I'm not trying to be mean here, but that seems pretty acceptable, doesn't it? For the price of unsheathing a sword like that. If we're going by sheer volume, I wouldn't quite say its mileage is acceptable. It's erased several days worth of memories just for a single swing, didn't it? I mean, yeah, but they kind of sound like inconsequential memories, don't they? Greg and Heath forget stuff all the time. How's that any different? The seemingly inconsequential nature of these particular memories weren't achieved by sheer luck. In fact, it seems to have been impacted by the scabbard of Ariyashi, or to be more precise, the power of Arya's ego. That's so. Ryoshi looked down at the scabbard with an uncertain, hollow look in her eyes. All that remains of Arya and Ryoshi's recollection is a blank space where fragments of her existence used to be severed and removed again. While it takes a rather significant amount of time, the scabbard seems to be, yes, capable of selecting which of the sinners Ryoshi's memories are to be erased at the cost of using Arya-yashiki. Sounds like I should be grateful then. But Ryoshi regards the scabbard with a conflicted look, as though to approximate the outlines of the void she left behind. Oh, so it's not like a cooldown timer. She can use it whenever, as long as she gives it time to select the trivial memories? I won't be so quick to dismiss them as trivial. The memory of the time when you were complimented for your cooking, it was quite a precious memory, wasn't it? You performed an inverse calculation of the relic's cost. Yes, according to our measurement, the sword seems to factor in the weight of each memory when calculating the cost of wielding it. It became clearer that it takes more than light memories to properly wield it. So have our memories been restored? As presumed attempts to recall the erase being existence has resulted in failure. That is quite discouraging. But not all is lost. Simply by knowing that something used to be in that negative space, many things can still be reminisced upon. Like Ryoshi said, forgotten but not lost. Clock, you've just stepped foot into the world of sangria. She flashed the briefest of smiles, then scatters it away with a plume of cigarette smoke. Collecting the GB will restore it. What used to be there in the pockets of the void of my heart, my one and only. Ryoshi's days traced the invisible and the imperceivable. A few more days passed us by. We didn't spend those days idling. We visited Sod and Pilot and Recovery. We did a few odd jobs here and there, like helping suppress a distortion containment breach caused by a new LCE hire. With all of the loose threads tied up, we managed to finally, after so long, kinda feels like we're home again. The bus! Our beloved bus! Return to the bus. Ah, bus, sweet bus. The chairs could use a little more cushioning, but there isn't anything like it out there. Damn, this is your ride? Hella badass. Heh. Between the two individuals who were looking rather pleased at Kira's astonishment. Oh, Faust was happy. Hohenheim's tweets too to warn us about some things to watch out for. I asked team leader Alan to set the coordinates somewhere as close as possible to the nest. Keep driving through the door, and it'll bring you right to an empty spot on a highway. Don't hesitate or hit the brakes, because if there's any chance there's a car right behind you, it will crash into the bus. Nuts. So what are you two doing here on the bus? Decided to join the better team, did you? I must admit to a certain degree of interest in hearing of your exploits, but to coming to you through them is an entirely different matter, isn't it? I'm only here to adjust your coordinates. Speaking of which, just how did you manage to escape your confinement? I told them I had stuff to help you with, and they let me out after making me scribble over some docs. Solitary confinement's hella boring, so I thought I might get some air. Might as well say goodbye too while I'm out and about, right? I see, you exploited the fact that the new hires don't have any grudges against you. I thought I'd told them to impress upon the new hires that prisoners are to be treated as exceptions to the... Right, the person in charge of that training is currently checked into the long-term recovery ward. More problems stemming from the shortage of manpower, and I'd best include in this report. Sounds like they're both here to see us go. Well then, time for a valediction, I suppose. Perhaps I've grown far too used to seeing your faces. Saying goodbye doesn't come out as easily as I expected it to. Another day of reunion must await in the future. I would appreciate it if such a reunion had a low probability of occurring. And there's the Faust we know. Starting shit. While I'm not very partial to mathematical statistics like the probability theory, I hope your prediction is dead right. Well then. Hey, Yoshihide. What? I wouldn't say we're family exactly, but listen, there's a lot of stuff I want to say to you, and a lot of stuff I want to hear from you, okay? So, SYL? Did I do that right? Acronize it into L. And call me Ryoshi, not Yoshihide. I prefer the echoes of that name. After a round of goodbyes, the two disembarked from the bus. And no sooner had the machinery clicked into place that the bus wheels finally began to turn, bringing us closer and closer towards a blindingly radiant portal, massive enough to engulf the bus hull. Well, off to our next destination, I guess. Alright, where are we headed next? Dante inquires about the next destination, Virgilus. Ah, now that's more like it. Been too bloody long since I heard that question. Yeah, don't get too excited. When has the answer to that question ever led us anywhere that's not downright bizarre? Virgil gave me a faint, knowing smile, as though to confirm Ishmael's pessimistic remark, then delivered a comment that sounded too lighthearted for its gravity. Downright bizarre, is it? Well, let me just say, that's a high time we face such a sight. Our next destination is District 14. In other words, Manager Dante, we're now en route to Incorp. So we are going there after all. Incorp. Plenty of faces there I'd rather not see. As the rest of the senators voiced their various gripes and discontent with Incorp, Mayor Salt, who probably had the most amount of history with the wing, simply flipped open his newspaper like usual and began reading it with the same unchanging expression. As though for him, none of this changed anything. Your time is coming! And with that, the bus resumed its journey. It's your time is coming, Merceau. You're next! What bullshit are we gonna find out about Merceau besides, you know, potentially distorting? Alright, we got the goods. We got the goods. Let's see what rewards we can get. We're gonna have to farm that fight, which will suck. Hopefully we can, you know, win rate it. Let's see. I mean, these would be nice, but I go for practicality first. Harvest the tickets. Harvest these boxes. I like those boxes. Get me these. Only 4? Too expensive. Give me these. More thread. We love thread. Alright. So that's everything. We completed the Innovalo. That was fun. I liked that. That was a nice time, a nice holdover. We'll get our, you know, our lovely update for it. I believe it was, I think they said that the net Kanto 10 will be coming out around August. So, you know, dab. We gotta. We're gonna raid out to Storiesti. They're currently playing the Limbus company. We'll raid out to them. Artist Aftermath. I hope everyone who's here had a good time. I wish you all a good night. And I love you all. And bye-bye. Get. Raiding now.